checkered flag is out for Collegiate GP, and that is going to round it out for the last round of practice here this morning. Up next, we are going to go straight into qualifying. So we need kit carts. Kit carts need to be up on grid. As soon as the track is cleared, you guys are going to push out, and we're going to get you going there for the qualifying run. Again, 4 laps in total. So kit carts, make sure you are up on grid. You're about to go out as soon as we get the track cleared. Kit cart novice, you'll be up on pre-grid. Kit cart novice to pre-grid. Up on deck will be 4-cycle novice after kit cart novice. And then 2:06 senior light will follow. Again, qualifying is going to be 4 laps in total. It is going to go by fairly quick, so please stay alert and make sure you are on grid at the appropriate time. We are continuing on with qualifying. Right now out on track is 4 Cycle Novice. 4 Cycle Novice is out on track. So 206 Senior Light, 206 Senior Light, you need to be up on grid. 206 Junior, you're going to be up on pre-grid. 206 Junior Sports, or sorry, 4 Cycle Novice is on track. So 206 Senior Light is going to be out next. 206 Junior, 206 Junior Sportsman, and then 206 Senior Heavy. Again, these are 4-lap qualifying. It is going to go by very quick, so please make sure that you are on grid at the appropriate time so we don't have to have any delays. We can continue on and hopefully get out of here before late this afternoon. We are now underway for the qualifying with 206 Senior Light. This is one of the main events that we have here this afternoon. Everything in the 206 and KA category is considered underneath the main event. They have the highest numbers and typically some of the closest and most exciting races, along with our micros and minis in 206 Cadet. So we are currently watching Carter Bowles there, the cart number 5. That is a Margay Ignite. He is who is on your camera. But as of now, qualifying times go as follow. Gavin Bird currently sits P1 with Eli Cox in the 2nd spot with Eli Fox. That is not going to get confusing in the 3rd position. AJ Ludd continues on at P number 4 with Carter Bowles, who you're watching on your screen, in the 5th position. So, as we said before, these are 4-lap qualifying sessions. Typically, lap 3 and 4 is when you see what could possibly be a provisional pole time for the heat races. And the reason for that is because the tires have to have a little bit of time to come up to heat. If you are a native here in the state of Indiana, you know it's been a little bit hot this entire week leading up to today. However, it was very cool this morning with high humidity, which caused the track to get just a little bit slick. Our chief track technician of Brady Sappenfield came up to us earlier today and said it's so slick with how much moisture has been on the track. It's going to take just a little bit longer for all that humidity to burn off, and we're probably going to see faster lap times during our pre-finals and our features as the track gets more and more temperature underneath it. So we're now watching, as we said before, Carter Bowles, who currently sits now still in the 5th position. Eli Fox was able to jump up to provisional pole as of now. We are counting down the laps. I believe there are 2 more laps to go here in this 4-lap shootout. AJ Ludd moved himself up to the 2nd spot, but here comes Elliott Fox to the top. He is currently sitting at a 35.420, if I'm not mistaken, according to our timing sheet. 38. So as I was saying before, Elliott Cox currently out in front. There is your 2nd placement, who just was on the back bumper of Carter Bowles. That was Eli Fox. He came across in P2. AJ Ludd currently sits in the 3rd position with Jarreton Howard in P4. Carter Bowles, the 2nd one on your screen, right behind Fox, is in P number 5 provisionally. They still have 1 lap left. The white flag is out, so there still is more time to have a little bit of a shakeup here in the front part. Going down through the rest of the order, like we said, Bowles currently actually fell back into P6. Levi Wilbur moved up into the 5th position, so it's Elliott Cox provisionally P1, Eli Fox P2, AJ Ludd in 3rd, Jared Howerton in 4th, Levi Wilbur in 5th, Carter Bowles 6th, BJ Shaw 7th, Dylan Howerton 8th, Brandon Heber P9, Gavin Bird in 10th, Matthew Ray in the 11th position, Emerson Harrington in 12th, and then Keegan Day sits in the 13th spot. Checkered flag is now out. Elliott Cox made his way across the line. He is now going to get bumped by Eli Fox, now up into P1 provisionally. Jared Howerton still sits in that 3rd spot as he, I think, has already made his way across the line. So he may not have a chance to improve his position. Might get bumped down just a little bit more. Brandon Heber sitting in P4. Levi Wilbur in the 5th position. Matthew Ray in 6th. Carter Bowles 7th. BJ Shaw 8th. Dylan Howerton 9th, Gavin Bird in 10th, and a couple other shakeups towards the back, and it looks like Emerson Harrington will round out the field in the 12th position. So we still have more qualifying still got to come your way. Again, that was 2:06 Senior Light. Up next is going to be 2:06 Junior. That is going to be another close race. It is just the same as 2:06 Senior, except with a little bit more of a restriction on the power output since they're a little bit younger in age. Wheels are a little bit narrower as well. And of course, since they're a little younger, they also are a little bit lighter. Don't let that fool you though. They are still very competitive, as you can see them strapped in, ready to go as they're about to get the command to start and fire up to get going underway here for qualifying shortly. But don't go anywhere. We are going to take a little bit of break up in the booth, and when we come back, we're going to be going live here for qualifying for your 2:06 Junior. So qualifying continues on here as the white flag is now out for 2:06 Junior, making the way across the stripe, looking down through the times, and it looks like Lane Gibbs was just able to edge out what was Sam Tutwiler, but Tutwiler now falling down the order. Maddox Hopper is able to come across the stripe and go up into P number 2. Santos into the 3rd spot. Tutwiler, like we said, fell back into 4th. Just for the moment, because here comes Thomas Anthony up into P number 3. Again, one more lap for these kiddos to try to set their pole time. Again, this is all going to be provisional until the last cart makes its way across the stripe. With how cold it was this morning, this should be the fastest lap. I believe last cart to get the white now across the line. Here comes Tutwiler, currently sitting back in the 6th position. Was contingency for pole. Let's see what happens across the line. Tutwiler makes his way up to the top. He's sitting at a 43.4. Here comes Gibbs up to P2. Improves the time but not position. Santos makes the way across. Here comes Hopper. Not enough for pole, but goes into P2. Gage Justinato goes into P4. Thomas Anthony still making his way across the line. Goes up into the 2nd spot. Dayton Van Dyke has a chance here. Let's see if they're able to improve their time. Lucian Laser comes across the stripe in P8. Van Dyke improves, but it's only good enough for 6th. So, unless Cathell or Yutzi are able to put down a heater of a lap, which here comes Cathell, not able to improve too much, is going to stay put in P9. So Tutwiler is your provisional pole sitter for the first heat race. Thomas Anthony P2, Maddox Hopper P3, Lane Gibbs P number 4, Gage Justinato in P5. Van Dyke is going to round it out in the 6th position. So that was your 206 Junior Sportsman, or sorry, 206 Junior. Up next now is going to be your 206 Junior Sportsman, getting set for their 4 laps to have a chance to go for pole position. Now, I'm going to give a quick little rundown of how we do qualifying here. So they have their entire practice that we had this morning. 2nd round on track that you see them in right now is qualifying. So they got 4 laps to put down the fastest lap time that they can. That will set the pre-final for this afternoon. The pre-final is almost like a mock-up race, but however they finish in the pre-final determines where they start in the feature itself. So it is crucial to get a good time of qualifying. Just put yourself as far up front in the pre-final before you go for the final. The good news is, if you don't have a good pre-final or qualifying run, you can make up for it in the pre-final to try and advance your position before you go for the final. This is a layout that's very common with grassroots racing, especially at the club level. It gives the drivers more track time, and it also gives them more of an opportunity to have a chance to improve their position if they had something that went wrong in qualifying, which, as we all know in motorsports, anything can and will happen. We have seen people who had poor qualifying runs make up some time in the heat race and then go on to win in the feature. It's something that's not uncommon to see, especially in classes like you're watching right now. The Briggs & Stratton 206 Junior Sportsman. Green flag is out. Lap number 1 is about to be complete as we're currently watching Danny O'Gara in cart number, I believe that is 24, making their way across the line. Actually, sorry, that is AJ Stoner, cart 214 in the Coyote, making the way across the line. Whereas we're going to fall just a little bit farther back. That is cart number 31, if I'm not mistaken, as we're going to switch back over. That's Danny O'Gara you're watching on the screen. And the cart 24 MPG making their way around as of now. So got a little bit of time here before they actually throw down some times that could determine where they're actually going to start for the feature this afternoon. Actually, correction, that is Austin Taylor in cart number 24. That is a MPG Kart Republic entry that you're watching on your screen. Through the last bit of the S's for Taylor, making the way across the stripe, and we still have plenty of time yet to go. As we were saying all day today, it takes a lot of time for these tires to come to temp, so the 3rd and 4th lap is when you're going to see the quickest times overall. As of now, Austin Taylor is provisionally on pole position for the moment, because here comes Elam Stoner, and followed by AJ Stoner. AJ Stoner now going to go to the top. Kaysen Hendrickson currently sitting P2, but here comes Titus Roberts all the way now up into the 2nd position. Stoner still holds on to P number 1. Kaysen Hendrickson cracks the top 5 and goes to P number 3. Jackson Stone now up into 4th. Elam Stoner falling back into 5th. Austin Taylor in the 6th position with Lincoln Wiley in P7. One more time across the stripe as they make their way down into turn number 1. Danny O'Gara able to pull a little bit out of the top hat, goes up into the 2nd spot now. So Danny O'Gara is now going to be a contender here for pole position for AJ Stoner, along with the likes of Austin Taylor, Titus Roberts, and Lincoln Wiley. Elam Stoner goes to P2, AJ Stoner, though, able to improve their time, goes to a 42.9. Closest one to it, Casey Hendrickson at a 43.4. So almost half a second advantage there for AJ Stoner. White flag is out now. Look for the checkered this time by on your screen. You're watching Austin Taylor, contingency for pole position here as they are working, if I'm not mistaken, their second to last lap as the checker flag is about to come out here shortly. And if actually, correction again, I believe checker flag is going to come out on this second group here. So there's the rest of the white. Checker now out for Austin Taylor. Can he go to the top? Austin Taylor improves to P3, but they got to hold on. Still, the rest of the field yet to come across the stripe. Let's watch the time shields and make their way across. Lincoln Wiley up to P3. AJ Stoner improves their time, holds on to pole position. Actually pulled away by almost 0.4 of a second over Danny O'Gara. O'Gara still not across the stripe yet, sitting P2. They're going to have to pull something MAGA out of the top hat if they're going to improve their time. Let's see what they're able to do. Here they make their way down across the line. Still have O'Gara and Dylan Thomas, who are in contention to possibly challenge AJ Stoner if they can pull something huge out of the top hat. Here comes Santos across the line, not able to improve, stays in the 12th position. Here comes O'Gara in that top cart, improves time, but just not close enough. Almost a second off of AJ Stoner in P number 2. Dylan Thomas moves up into P3. And Easton Shores is still has the last one to come across the line, but it looks like everyone now is going to make it down into the pit lane. So AJ Stoner will be your pole sitter here this afternoon. Danny O'Gara P2, Dylan Thomas in P3, Lincoln Wiley in the 4th position, Austin Taylor rounding out the top 5, Elam Stoner in 6th, Casey Hendrickson in 7th, Easton Shores P number 8, Titus Roberts P9, and Dominic Gaddis will round out your top 10 here for 206 Junior Sportsman. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned because we have another 206 senior class still yet to come out. That is your 206 senior heavy about to make their 4-lap qualifying run here shortly. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere because we're going to be covering it live on the WRP Racing Network. Welcome back here as we continue on with qualifying here still going on. Now we're on your 206 senior heavy category. This one isn't the biggest of fields, but it is pretty deep. It is 8 carts in total registered. Brenna Hannaville, currently your provisional pole sitter after 1 lap of running. But we are currently watching cart number 531 of Matt Geis, one of the most dominant drivers in 206 that we've seen here at Whiteland Raceway Park. But he has got his work cut out for him. Currently sitting in P4, goes to the top of the board, but just behind him, Brenna Hannaville, who has had all sorts of experience, not only here at WRP, but also at Newcastle Motorsports Park, and also a little bit in the SIRA division with the street racing. Now coming back into the bull ring, if you will, to speak, of Whiteland Raceway Park, and is currently on the back door of one of the most experienced and quickest drivers that we've seen here in the 206 category of Matt Geis. He was the founder of Ghost Engines before it got sold off over to the New Gen company, and he is now just enjoying track with himself. I was talking to him and his former core partner of Derek Hastings, and said it just grew too much and it got to be too much for us to handle. They both got families, they both got full-time jobs. It's more like a side hustle. We said we think we put it in some good hands, and he is now still enjoying the benefits of being here at Whiteland Raceway Park out on track. But as we said, he's got his work cut out for him. Hannaville, he is actually able to get around to a qualifying that may have just stunned that last qualifying run, and that may have been a stroke of genius for Brandon Hannaville. If he was able to boggle down the lap of Matt Geis, that means he cannot improve his time. Hannibal, currently provisional P1, Evan McCorkadale, P2, Matt Geist in third. So if that did bobble down the time of Geist, and Hannibal is able to hold on to that lap he had before, he could take the provisional pole and then take it to the actual pole. However, McCorkadale has got clear track to himself, maybe just a little bit of a draft off that front pack. So if he's able to get a good run, that means Hannibal will have to suffer the consequences. Let's see if it pans out. He makes his way across the line. Not a huge improvement, but just enough. Let's see if he can hold on to it. Geist pulls off. He can't improve. McCorkadale not able to improve his time, and I think he may have done it. Brandon Hannibal, if he can hold on a little bit longer, will take the provisional pole for 206 Senior Heavy. Here comes Paccioni, Palmer Eichert Jr. Matt Geist pulled off, and I think he did it. Brandon Hannibal, with the stroke of genius of the pass into turn 1, will take provisional pole. Matthew Burpo up into P2. McCorkadale, P3. Adam Dietz cracks the top 5 and goes into P4. Matt Geist rounds out the top 5. Josh Paccioni in 6th. Palmer Eichert Jr. in 7th. Palmer Eichert Sr. Set to go in the 8th position. So that was your 206 Senior Heavy. Up next will be your micros and your minis, followed by KA Senior, 206 Masters, KA Junior, 206 Senior Medium, 206 Master Heavy with Super Masters, and then Collegiate GP still yet to come live here on the WRP Racing Network. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere. White flag is out for your micros and your minis, and it's going to be a close one. As of now, looks like Kason Hendrickson has the point on pole. Danny O'Gara, close second in P number 2. Miles Wilson in the 3rd spot, and looks like, if I'm not mistaken, I think that is Bo currently in the 4th position. Sorry, timing sometimes gets a little bit mixed up. Also up in my head, it's a lot of information to process here quickly, but hopefully we can get it right the first time by. First one across the lap, or across the stripe, is going to be Danny O'Gara in that 67 top car. Let's see what time he can do. Can he go to the point? He is just not close enough. 41.6 as opposed to Hendrickson's 41.3. Here comes Will across the stripe, not able to get it done. And it looks like, for the most part, everyone's staying fairly stagnant. AJ Stoner for your minis currently sits P1, Titus Roberts P2, Austin Taylor P3, Gates Harjan in P number 4. And then for your micros, like we said, Kason Hendrickson P1, O'Gara P2. And then the rest of the order goes down as follows. Here comes Dalton Shears for the mini class. Again, we got 2 classes run at the same time. It's hard for us to keep track, but luckily for you guys, timing and scoring is on your screen on that left-hand side, and you can see the division that they have between both micros and the minis as they make their way across the line to get the checkered flag. This next group out is going to be one of the fastest ones we have here this afternoon. KA Seniors set to take the green flag for qualifying here shortly. Then after that is going to go to 206 Masters, KA Junior, 206 Senior Medium, 206 Master Heavy with Super Masters, followed by Collegiate GP. After we get done with qualifying, we are going to take a short break before we get going with the pre-finals. But we still have an intense round of qualifying still yet to go with your KA Masters, your 206 Masters, your KA Juniors, and your 206 Mediums are going to be some of the most intense running you're going to see here this afternoon, especially with that 206 Senior Medium group. And there is, on that right-hand side of your screen, KA Seniors set, ready to go to take the green here for qualifying. Quick announcement, general announcement for everyone in the grids and pit area. If you have a cart stand that has the name Hendrickson on the floor pan, if you look down and your cart stand says the name Hendrickson, we totally understand the mishap. It happens all the time. Some of the cart stands just look identical. Please do us a favor and return it to the main pit area. Again, if you have a cart stand with the name Hendrickson on it, please do us a favor and return that into the main grid area. Thank you. flag is out this time by for your KA Senior, KA Master, and your Yamahas, respectively. You're currently watching, if I'm not mistaken, Carson Sauter running in 928, that GP Kart USA entry. GP sprung back to life just this year after AJ Nout and company decided, you know what, we had a good run back in the 2000s, let's bring it back and see if we can't put GP back in the forefront. It looks like it's going to be running fairly quick here at Whiteland Raceway Park under the hands of Carson Sauter. Brandon Heber currently sitting P1, but here comes a checkered flag this time by Carson Sauter, not able to improve the time. Brandon Heber also not able to improve and stay set first and second, respectively. Daniel Piercy comes across the line in P number 3 for your K100 seniors. Here comes the rest of the categories. Again, this is KA100 Senior, Master, along with Yamaha Senior. Case Perry holds on to P5. Brennan Owens, I believe, is the next one across the line. Goes and stays into P6. Joshua Nelson, the only KA Master, will stay on a provisional pole for that category, but 7th overall this time across the stripe. And then your Yamaha Senior of Tom Soralt comes across in P number 1 for that category, P number 8 overall. Next up, after the KAs and your Yamahas, we have 206 Masters set to take their way out on track here this afternoon. After that, we're going to KA Juniors, 206 Mediums, 206 Master Heavies, Super Masters, and then Collegiate GP. So stay tuned. We have your 206 Masters category about to make their way out on track. Qualifying continues on here for your Briggs 206 Masters. As of now, provisional pole is Matt Guy sitting at P1. P number 2 is Adam Dietz, and that cart number 66 Eagle entry finds himself running in that second spot. P number 3 goes to Brian Williams. If I'm not mistaken, he should be on a Swift chassis, if I recall from last year. He finds himself inside the top 5 in P number 3. White flag is out. This time across the line goes Stephen Taylor. He maintains that P5 position they held on to from before. Troy Toney currently sitting in the 11th position next to make their way across the stripe. Here comes another two-pack, or sorry, this one's Troy Toney, and just in front is Palmer Eicher Sr. making the way across the line. Palmer Eicher sitting at P6. And it looks like Troy Tony's still sitting in that 11th position. Brandon Lampin comes across in P10. Travis Wilbur in P number 8. Next one across the line, Kevin Smolnick comes across in P12. One more across of Melvin Godds, the flying mechanic, in the top 10, but sits in P9. Matt Geist comes across to maintain that provisional pole position. Checkered flag is now out. Steven Taylor holds on to P5 on that Burrell Art, not able to improve too much, but is able to hold position. Adam Dietz maintains second over Matthew Burpo in P number 4. Troy Tony still in that 11th position. Next up should be, if I'm not mistaken, Brian Williams of Palmer Eicher, and it is. Brian Williams holds on to P3. Palmer Eicher stays inside the top 10 in P6. Brandon Lampin comes across in that 10th position. One more across the stripe of Travis Wilbur, holding on to P number 8, and it should be the last handful across the line of Smolniak. Melvin Godzi making the way across the line, goes to P number 9, and Matt Geist holds on to provisional pole. So that will do it for your 206 Masters. Up next is KA100 Junior, and we are quickly coming to an end of qualifying as the classes continue to get checked off one at a time. So KA Junior followed by 206 Senior Medium, probably going to be one of the closest qualifyings we're going to have here today, then 206 Masters Heavy, 206 Super Masters, and then Collegiate GP. So stay tuned. We got 3 more groups of qualifying still yet to come after the KA Juniors, who are lined up to go on track next. And there they are on the right-hand side of your screen, as we're going to see who's going to take provisional pole for the pre-finals shortly. Qualifying continues on. Now on track, KA100 Junior, as you are now watching the 820 of Landon Brewer currently out in front, heading through the banking corner now. Landon Brewer is your provisional pole sitter. Christopher Utzi currently sits in P number 2. Ryan Moore provisionally P3. Maddox Hooper in P number 4. Louisian Laser in P5. Dane Van Dyke will round out the field in P6. But this is all subject to change, as we've seen before, lap 3 and 4 is the sweet spot of when we've seen the times really come up once the tire temperatures come into fruition. Landon Brewer able to go to the top in P1, sitting at a 39.529. So that's almost a half a second improvement from lap 1 to lap 2, just from tire pressures alone. Van Dyke able to improve, goes to P5. Utsi goes up inside the top 3 to the second position. Next up, I believe, should be Ryan Moore across the line, if I'm not mistaken, and it is going to actually not be him. It is going to be Landon Brewer comes across, maintains that P1 position, able to chip off just a little bit of time. Ryan Moore goes inside the top 10 to inside the top 3 to P number 2. Maddox Hooper goes into P3. Christopher Utsi set for P4, should be the next one across the line. Let's see what time Christopher is able to do as the white flag continues to go out. They're going to have one more after this time by Louisian Laser, able to improve up into P5. Van Dyke takes it right back away and goes into P number 5 now. Utsi falls back into P4. Hooper up into P number 3. Mort still P2. Brewer still at the top. Let's see if that changes. Brewer improves their time just a little bit as the checkered flag comes out. Let's see if they can hold on. Ryan Mort not able to improve enough to P1, stays in the second position. Hooper locks into that P3 position, not able to improve the time to go into the top 2 positions. Yutzi, Van Dyke, and Laser, the 3 still yet to come across the line. Here comes Laser. Let's see what time Wisha can do. Across the line, improves up to P5. Let's see if Van Dyke can say something. He does. He goes to P4, but here comes Yutzi up into the 3rd spot. So that is going to do it for qualifying for K100 Junior. It is going to be Brewer, Mort, Yutzi, Hooper, Van Dyke, and Laser rounds out the 6 carts set to take the green for K100 Junior. Next, up on grid, 206 Senior Medium set to go out next, followed by 206 Masters and Heavy with Super Masters, and then Collegiate GP still yet to come live here on the WRP Racing Network. Welcome back here to 206 Senior Medium as we're getting underway here for qualifying for your 206. Again, this is going to be one of the closest qualifyings we're probably going to see here this afternoon, and it is currently Eli Fox out in front over Brendan Hanville, running in that 2nd position. Carter Bowles inside the top 5 in P number 3. Gavin Bard running in P4. Levi Wilbur in the 5th spot. Evan McCorkadale running in 6th. Eli Cox 7th. Jared Howerton 8th. Palmer Eicher Jr. P9. And Dylan Howerton rounds out your top 10. But again, this is just now lap number 2 in the books, and there's still plenty of time for the order to get shaken up here as the tire temperatures continue to come up and the track continues to get just a little bit warmer. Here comes Brady Sappenfield across the strike cart, number 4, iCard Special. He is not able to improve inside the top 10, but again, still plenty of time for everything to get just worked in enough. But it's going to come down to this lap and the next one. 3 and 4 are going to be the most important. On screen now is Brennan Hanville running in that Cosmic Cart Privateer entry, car number 507, making their way through the last 2 corners. Not too happy right now, shaking their head as they make their way across the stripe now. The good news is there's still just a little bit more time to try to put in a fast lap, but it's going to have to be this time by. Eli Fox now goes to the top. He takes it away from Hanville. Not too much of a difference here. Roughly about 1/10 of a second separates the 2 of them. Evan McCorkadale now goes up into P3. Wilbur still in the 4th spot. Brady Sapfield just making the way across the line, not able to improve inside the top 10. Dylan Howerton locks into that, or stays in that P8 position, I should say. Here comes Hanville. Contingency for the pole position, if able to pull it off here in the last couple of corners and on the last lap. There's a good shot. The rest of the field making the way across the line. Here comes cart number 10. If I'm not mistaken, that's not Eli Fox, but that is going to be Galacia running in that new gen entry. Let's see what Hanville can do. Hanville improves the time, but not enough for Eli Fox to take it right back away. Fox goes to the pole position, Hanville to P2. Here comes across the line, McCorkadale goes to P3, Carter Bowles right behind in P6. Jared Howerton improves up to P7. Gavin Bird still yet to take the checkered flag, currently slotted for P number 5. Dylan Howerton comes across, able to improve outside the top 10 into the 9th position. And here comes the second pack. This should be Palmer Eichert Jr. leading across the line, and it is. Locks into that 10th position. Eli Cox comes across and stays in P6. Gavin Bird holds on to P5. Still one or two yet to come make the way across the line, but as of now, top 5 locked in. Eli Fox, Hanville, McCorkadale, Wilbur, and Bird, your top 5 and your front 2.5 rows that are going to take the green flag here shortly for your pre-final, set to come after qualifying. Up next, we're done with 206 Senior Medium. We got more 206. Your Masters Heavy and Super Masters of 206 coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Second to last group for qualifying now out on track. We got a 2-for-1 special. This is your 206 Master Heavy with your Super Masters making the way out on track. Overall, it is Troy Toney leading the way in the 206 Masters category just for the moment, because here comes Derek Hastings, takes a spot away. He goes to the top. Brian Williams staying in P3. Melvin Godsey of the Flying Mechanic currently running in P4. Michael Schaffer in the 5th position. Matthew Burpo leading the way for your Super Heavies, finds himself currently P1. Don Monson in P number 2. Danny Cutshaw in the 3rd spot. Mike Burkett in P number 4. And then Lampmister in P number 5. Now 6, because here comes Bullwire up into the 5th position. So overall, it is still Hastings. Now it is Troy Toney yet again as the white flag is out one more time by. Troy Toney finds himself out front. Here comes Godsey to P2, but Brian Williams takes it to the top just before Derek Hastings is able to take the spot away. So Hastings back up to point. Brian Williams moves up overall into P2. Troy Toney falls down from the previous lap into P number 3. Michael Schaffer finds himself in a P4. Melvin Godsey, who was inside the top 3, now finds himself in P number 5. For your Super Heavies, Burpo continues to lead the way over Monson in P number 2. Cutshaw now moves up into P3. Burkett into P4, and Bullwire into P number 5. One more time around, and it looks like there's a little bit of a tussle, bobble towards the front of this group coming across the stripe. Burpo not able to hold on to provisional pole. That is going to go to Troy Toney now up into the front. Derek Hastings still might have a chance to make it to the top. He does, but he's got to hold on because Brian Williams has been fast all qualifying session. Let's see if he's able to put it up on point. He's still yet to make his way around. I think he may be just a little bit farther back. There was a little bit of an incident coming out of the bank corner. And unfortunately, I don't think it is going to be Brian Williams, so he's got a chance at it. Let's see. Overall pole, can it go to Brian Williams? It looks like no as of now, and I think there may have been just a little bit of more of a bobble there on the south side hairpin or in the bank corner, because Brian Williams, Schaefer, and Godsey have not finished their last lap. They may have pulled in just a little bit early. So as of now, overall is going to be Hastings taking the pole position, Troy Toney in P number 2, Brian Williams P3, Michael Schaffer P4, Melvin Godsey rounding out the top 5. So that is going to do it for your 206 Masters Heavy and Super Masters. Up next is going to be the last round of qualifying, your Collegiate GP, before we take a little bit of a break and get going into the pre-finals. And welcome back here for the final round of qualifying. This is the Collegiate GP. Now, if you're wondering why these have a roll cage on them, it is because they are mostly ran in the Purdue Grand Prix. Different set of regulations. This is a Purdue organization ran in a Purdue organization entry for each kart at Purdue University. This shows that they are leading the way in engineering over all other schools, and this is something that is only done at a school here in Indiana at Purdue University. And they call it the most prestigious race in college motorsports, and that might be because it's the only one, but you know what? We'll give it to them, seeing as most of us here are students at Purdue. As we continue to look on now, and on your screen is Andrew Gazda. That is Mazda with the G in front of it, I've been told, driving the way in kart number 17 for the Honors College Racing crew. Last year's sponsor of Hendricks Regional Health, this year's sponsor, TBA, but he finds himself in the second position as Kimo McDaniel is out in front. Miles Frost running in P number 3. Andrew Morton running in P number 4. Luke Tragesser, who had an incident over there heading into turn number 2, finds himself in P number 5. And I believe there are only 5 out on track in total. So the checkered flag about to come out for Andrew Gazda as he makes his way across the stripe. He is not able to improve to the front. It is still Kimo McDaniel out in front taking the checkered flag. So McDaniel sails one more lap. Gazda getting the checkered flag. He's going to pull it in this time by. And I believe there's only 3 or 4 more still yet to come. But look at the lap times. They're barely spaced out, so I have a feeling it is going to stay just like how they are when they make the way across the line. So we are going to take just a little bit of a break here, and we come back. We're going to go through pre-finals with kid karts out first, kid kart novice going out second, motorcycle novice going out third, 206 senior medium in fourth in the running order, that is, followed by 206 junior. Again, if you want your own timing and scoring sheet, you can find it online on Facebook or on Instagram. But if you're here in person and you want a paper copy, you can find that inside the main lobby. But we'll keep you guys updated on the live stream here. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We still have more racing to come for pre-finals and features live on the WRP Racing Network. Sponsor. 5-minute warning. This is your 5-minute warning for Kid Kart, who is up on grid now. 5 minutes, and we'll get underway with our Kid Kart pre-finals. After that, we'll go into Kid Kart Novice, followed by 4-cycle Novice, and then it goes like normal schedule that we have posted. 206 Senior Medium, 206 Junior, 206 Junior Sportsman. Again, 5 minutes. We're about to get underway here with pre-finals, so if you're in the Kid Kart division or even Kid Kart Novice, make your way up to grid.
They were supposed to kind of do one lap. Right. And then they let them go. And start lining up over there. But they lined up right here and are going. But they were supposed to kind of technically do one lap. I don't know if that other car's going to catch up to them or what they're going to do. They may stop them down there. Huh? Yeah. There's 6, 7, and 8.
So we are currently watching the 4 cycle novice making the way around for their pre-final. Up next, we have our 2:06 senior medium. That is going to be a 6-lap quick heat race, and again, however you finish in these heats determines where you start in the feature. So up next, 2:06 senior medium. Following that is going to be 2:06 junior, 2:06 junior sportsman, followed by 2:06 senior heavy. So we're going to continue to watch here. There's about 2 more laps to go for your 4-cycle novice. It is Zachary out in front again. There's only 4 carts. The novice class is kind of like where it's a stepping stone between the kid carts and the junior series, or sometimes there's a little bit of a cadet, but this is more or less just a learning category, so that's why we're just going to sit back and watch these kiddos make their way around here for the next 2.5 laps. When we come back, it is going to be 2:06 senior medium. And welcome back as we're about to get underway with Briggs 206 Senior Medium. Again, 6 laps here is going to determine the starting spot for the feature this afternoon. On pole position is Eli Fox. Joining him on the front row is going to be Brandon Hannaville, running in the second spot, car number 507. Right behind him will be Evan McCorkadale in P number 3 on the inside of row number 2. Outside of row number 2 goes Levi Wilbur. Gavin Bird will start the inside of row number 3. Brady Sappenfield will be on the outside of row number 4. Carter Bowles starts in the 7th spot. Right next to him will be Jared Howerton in P number 8. Matthew Ray will start in the 9th spot. Next to Raldolph Garcia. Behind him will be Dylan Howerton. Next to Palmer Eicher Jr. And the rest of the row, there will be 15 in total set to take the green flag. There's your front row. That is Eli Fox on the inside, Hannaville on the outside, taking him down to line. Let's see how it goes. Oh, sorry, they got a little bit to go. New track layout. We actually do now have the tramline system. So instead of taking the green right in front of us at the start-finish straight, they're going to take it farther down into turn number 1. Here they are, the tram lines. Eyes on the starter. Green flag is out down into turn number 1. Eli Fox will have the point on the inside. Hannaville is trying to slot into P number 2, and this is going to get dicey. This is going to get really tight here as we got one turn around a little bit farther in the back of the pack. The rest of the field making their way through, and it looks like fairly clean overall through turns 3 and 4. Now they have this little short shoot down the backstretch. There's Hannaville in the P number 2. Just to the left-hand side of your screen is Eli Fox, the bus stop chicane into Daytona banking for the first time, and you can already see Hannaville right into the toe of Eli Fox. Again, with these 206 engines, they're a little bit lower on horsepower compared to some of the other 100cc classes like we've seen with the KA and Yamaha class. So drafting is everything, and already there's a division between second and third, as Hannaville in that second spot is not quite working with Eli Fox. He's closing up to him, but not giving him a push. But McCorkadale in the third spot is in an island of his own. Levi Wilbur runs in 4th, right behind Wilbur of Gavin Beard in that 5th position. So there's that little bit of a gap, and then right behind Gavin goes, if I'm not mistaken, Brady Sappenfield and Carter Bowles, but I think they may have done a swap-a-roo on us. Carter Bowles is now up one more position. Brady Sappenfield back into 7th, making their way into the bus stop now. We keep an eye on the leaders, nose to tail. They're pushing themselves away from the field. Last time by, the gap from 2nd to 3rd is actually undecisive now, but we will see it next time by as we continue to watch the top 2 pushing down towards start-finish straight. There's a good shot of the gap. So there's 1 and 2 of both Fox and Hannaville running 1st and 2nd. Scoring's a little bit wrong, so that's Fox out in front, Hannaville in P2. Then there's that gap before we get to McCorkadale, followed by Wilbur. And then there's not much of a break between the rest of the pack on back. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, Carter Bowles is up into that mix, and then Brady Sappenfield is the caboose of that second pack. So those 4 or 5, if they can work together, might be able to close that gap back down to the top 2 of Fox and Hannaville. But last time by, the gap between 2nd and 3rd was about 1.2 seconds. So they already have their work cut out for them. 6 laps in total, and we are now 3 laps to go this time by. So not a whole lot of time left for that second pack. Here shortly, they're going to think about trying to maybe go back and forth for position. Granted, they may be making up 1 or 2 spots, but if that puts them that much farther up towards the front, they can prevent the situation we're seeing now where the first 2 are running away from the rest of the field, making their way now. So top 2 continue to push. Last time by, the gap was 1.2. This time by, the gap was 1.7. So almost 3/10 was made up just from those 2 working nose to tail. Your third placeman, McCorkadale, is leading that second pack, but they haven't really bunched back up to work together. McCorkadale has about a 1, maybe 2 car deficit. I say that, but now here comes Levi Wilbur to close up the gap. 2 laps to go this time by. Good shot of the rest of the field making the way across the stripe now. There's your top 2. Maybe we can see if we can't get a shot a little bit farther back into that 4 or 5 pack there from 3rd on back, because I think this one's going to get a little bit more interesting than the leaders. So we see the leaders nose to tail making their way through the quick little set of S's for the backstretch. Let's see if we can pick up there in that second pack. McCorkadale, like I said, down by about a car length or 2, but then on back, Carter Bowles is he's on the back bumper of Beard, trying to push him up to the back bumper of Wilbur. Wilbur's trying to catch back up to the 3rd placeman, McCorkadale, but we continue to watch the top 2 make their way through. Fox and Hannaville have done a great job staying 1st and 2nd. They've gotten a very good buffer right now. Hannaville might try a pass or 2. There's the white flag this time by. McCorkadale leading that second pack on back. And now here comes Hanville, has a peek to the inside, takes the spot away. Fox has now got 2, maybe 3 more attempts. Let's see if he tries in the S's. He's going to swing it way down on the inside. He takes the spot back, opens up a crossover move. Does Hanville take it? Fox defends. Hanville now is going to have to force his way to the inside. He's got his elbows up, heading to the bus stop. Not the best place to pass, but he does have it done. Through Daytona banking they go. And let's see if Fox is going to try it into the south side banking. Hanville goes on the defensive. He's going to sweep out on the exit. Goes a little wide. Fox not able to pinch it off. Hanville holds it down, but shoots it up on the inside beautifully. Switcheroony coming out of the final 2 corners, side by side across the line. Fox is going to take it. He will start on pole position for the feature this afternoon. Hanville comes across in P2. Beautiful finish there for the first and second. McCorkadale comes across third. Wilbur fourth. Bowles fifth. Sappenfield sixth. Bird into 7th, Howardson 8th, Cox all the way up to 9th from starting on dead in Charlie, the back of the field, and then Garcia rounding out your top 10. So that will do it for the pre-final for your 206 medium. Up next is going to be your 206 junior, followed by 206 sportsman and 206 senior heavy. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere as we have more racing coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. As we get going here for your Briggs 206 Junior. This is going to be probably just as interesting, if not more, than what we saw for your 206 mediums. As we're now watching Sam Tutwiler making his way, pulling away from the rest of the field there. I believe that is Maddox Hooper, who was started in the 3rd spot, now getting shuffled just a little bit farther back as he is now going to fall into the grips of that mid-pack. The top 3 getting spaced out, but they are doing the almost an accordion effect heading through the Daytona corner. And already Tutwiler has a very decent gap there, especially right off the start onto lap 1, down towards the start-finish straight to put 1 lap into the books of 6. So there's going to be now considered 6 laps to go since they took the green after the checkered flag. Thomas Anthony is up in that 2nd spot, and Maddox Hooper in P number 3. Hopefully maybe can close that gap up just a little bit so they can get to the point where they can work together to try to close that gap down to Tutwiler. But I wouldn't be surprised if that gap as of now isn't somewhere in the 1.5 second range over the rest of the field. Already making their way into the bus stop here on lap number 2. So we said before, Tutwiler out in front, sorry, that it's actually Lane Gibbs in the 3rd spot. Thomas Anthony is in 2nd, as there's a good shot of Tutwiler making his way through the final couple of corners. Almost like a little bit of a second set of S's making the way up the hill, coming down towards the start-finish straight, heading into turn number 1. So the gap now between Tutwiler and Anthony is sitting at 1.1 seconds, but the gap between Anthony and Gibbs is starting to close. Last time by, it was somewhere in about the 0.4 of a second range. Now it is down to approximately 0.38. So that gap is closing. The question is Gibbs going to try to get around Anthony and make up that place before the time runs out? Or is he going to try to play it just a little bit more patient, get to the back bumper of Anthony, give him a little bit of a push there to try to not only get separation between Gibbs and Hooper, but also to try to have maybe a possibility of closing back up to Tutwiler if Tutwiler has some sort of mistake here farther on. With this layout here that we're running at Whiteland Raceway Park, we got some long straightaways, so if you make a mistake coming out of that last second of S's, either on the backstretch or in the front stretch, before you hit these long straightaways, it bogs you down that entire main straight, and it causes you to lose all sorts of time, especially in anything 206 related, because they're just a little bit lower horsepower than what we see in some of the two-cycle classes. So it's all about momentum and how well you can get a pack to work together. However, when we looked back into the 206 senior race or 206 medium race, the only working together that we saw that actually paid off was between the leaders. The rest of the pack were able to get nose to tail, but they weren't able to close the gap up just as extreme as we've seen before. Might change in the future when everyone gets just a little bit more aggressive, but now we continue to watch and see different strategies panning out. A little bit farther back than the leaders, Dane Van Dyke, who has gone on a tear right now, moving his way up the field. Maddox Hooper falls back in the fifth spot, but they are staying nose to tail. So this would be a good judge to see what strategy works better. Those two working together, or the two running in second and third of Anthony and Gibbs, who kind of battle back and forth, but Gibbs starting to fall off just a little bit. There's a good shot there of Van Dyke in fourth and Hooper running in P5. Hooper on that new gen entry, and then right in front of him, Van Dyke on that EOS Privateer entry, but it almost looks like Van Dyke is starting to pull away just a little bit from Hooper. Coming up in the final two corners now, coming down towards the start-finish straight, and I think Tutwiler might be under just a little bit of pressure. The gap has fallen down underneath the second. It's maintained about 0.9, 0.8 seconds the past 3 or 4 laps, so it looks like Anthony may be setting up for a little bit late charge here on either tire pressures, on strategy of how hard he was going to push. Gibbs starting to fall off just a little bit, so maybe went more aggressive there on the start end, trying to make up more positions than having to defend it later on back. So top three, almost equal spacing all the way through, and then we get to that second pack being led by that gentleman right there, Dane Van Dyke in the fourth position, moving up a couple positions already in the 6 short laps that we've had here for the pre-final, but it's not going to be enough to hold back Sam Tutwiler, who's had a clean start from the beginning, led every lap, and is now going to take the checkered flag and guarantee that pole position for the feature this afternoon. Thomas Anthony comes across P2, Gibbs in second, Van Dyke third, and Hooper will round out our top 5. Utsi comes across in P6, Santos in P7, Justinato in P8, Sancombe in P number 9, Cathell in the 10th position, and Laser rounds out the field in 11th. So that'll do it for our 206 senior medium event. Up next will be our 206 junior, coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Up next for the next round of pre-finals is your Briggs 206 Junior Sportsman. Your front row taking him to the green is going to be AJ Stoner on that Coyote USA entry and Danny O'Gara on the Top Car USA entry. Making their way towards turn number 1. Green flag is out. Let's see who's got the advantage down into turn number 1, and it looks like it is going to go to AJ Stoner. O'Gara now getting shuffled back as it looks like Thomas Dillon had a look there on the inside, and he is actually now going to take P number 2 O'Gara, falling back into that third spot. So let's see if O'Gara can get to the back bumper of Thomas and maybe push him just a little bit farther forward, because right now AJ Stoner looking at about a 3.5 to 4 cart lead heading into the bus stop for the first time. Through Daytona Banking they go, and O'Gara a little bit wide there midway through Daytona Corner, and then arced it down later, able to carry more momentum than Dylan Thomas, who's now moved up into P number 2. Those two got to be careful though. If they don't work together soon and try to pull away from the rest of the pack, they may be under fire from that second group being led by Lincoln Wiley and Elam Stoner running in 4th and 5th. A little bit farther back, maybe 5 or 6 carts separate your 4th placeman of Lincoln Wiley right behind Elam Stoner, struggling to hold up, and now O'Gara is going on the offensive. He was trying to cross 2 crossovers on Dylan Thomas. Both did not work into his favor, but he stays on the back bumper, giving him that little bit of an extra of a push, and looks like a little bit of an incident there for cart number 33. That is Jackson Stone has come to a stop there, heading in or out of turn number 1. Unfortunate end for the pre-final, but the good news is they still have the feature, trying to make up some more spots, maybe even battle for the lead if they play their cards right. So yellow flags are out down into turn number 1 until we can get that cart and barrier put back to where it's supposed to be. There's a good shot of that battle for P number 2. That is Thomas Dillon in P number 2. Danny O'Gara in the 3rd spot. And O'Gara taking that inside line into that first set of S's is able to beat Dylan Thomas to the apex of that second set of S's, turn number 4 if I'm not mistaken, before they get to that backstretch, using that toe to make up for the loss of momentum if there was any coming out of turn number 4, and good shot of the lead there between AJ Stoner out in front, Dylan Thomas and O'Gara. Intense battle there for the 2nd and 3rd position. This time across the stripe, we're looking at halfway, 3 laps to go. Stoner has to look back to see how much of a gap he's got, and he's got just enough breathing room, not enough to take it easy, but just enough to maybe catch his breath from the 2 that are coming on a little bit stronger farther in the back of the pack. Look at the time difference between Stoner and Thomas. It was 1.3 seconds apart. Between O'Gara and Wiley, it is 2.4. So that was not 2.4, it was 1.2. So while they have breathing room to the front, not a lot to the back, so they're going to have to play this one a little bit smart. O'Gara may have to think about pushing up until the last lap just to get that breathing space. I don't think they're going to have enough time to reel in AJ Stoner if they started even matching his lap times. Last time by, Stoner was about 3/10 ahead of both Thomas and O'Gara now trying for another crossover move. He is looking on the outside heading down into turn number 1. He's going to hold it side by side. I think he's going to have more momentum as they are almost in a dead heat heading into turn 1. O'Gara is going to have to yield and let Thomas go through if he doesn't want to lose momentum. This is all good news for AJ Stoner out in front. Continues to open up the lead. Last time by, the difference was 1.5, so open up about a 2/10 of a gap. And here comes O'Gara. Tried that crossover, got down to the inside. He's going to have the advantage into the bus stop. Doesn't quite have the nose on him. Maybe just a bumper's length heading to the bus stop. They're still side by side through Daytona. This is a great battle coming up to the south side hairpin, and Dylan Thomas is now going to have to yield. But here comes the rest of the field. AJ Stoner, he's now way out in front. Calling 2.5, calling 3. All we know is it's not close enough for that second field to close up. Look at the sheet, 2.6 seconds is the difference between AJ Stoner and the rest of the field. O'Gara able to pull away just a little bit into turn 1. Dylan Thomas closes it back up with the draft, heading into the S's. O'Gara is holding that inside line. Thomas is going to follow suit. Here comes the rest of the field. That is Lincoln Wiley now up into the field of view. Elam Stoner, Austin Taylor, and Kason Hendrickson on the tail end of that pack as they come into the bus stop for the final time, heading into Daytona Corner. I don't think there's going to be a huge opportunity here unless Thomas can pull some of that top hat. Does he look down low? He does not. O'Gara does not defend. All the while this is going on, checkered flag is now up for your leader, AJ Stoner, coming across the line to take the win and the pole position as they make their way through. There's a good shot of that second field on back. So O'Gara holds on to P number 2. Dylan Thomas actually almost lost one more position to Lincoln Wiley before they got to line, but Thomas will hold on to P3. Wiley to P4. Elam Stoner comes across to P number 5. Austin Taylor in 6. Kason Hendrickson 7. Titus Roberts 8th. Dominic Gaddis in P number 9. Easton Shores will round out your top 10 of 20. That took the green here this afternoon for your 206 Junior Sportsman. Up next is going to be another barn burner, 206 Senior Heavy, set to take the green here shortly once we get the track cleaned up and these kiddos back across the sails. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere as you are watching the WRP Racing Network. And we are about to get back to it with our Briggs 206 Senior Heavy as they're making the way down towards the start-finish straight. Brandon Hanville and Matthew Burpo are going to lead the way down into turn number one. Hanville on the inside, Burpo on the outside. Burpo trying not to lose too much positions there. He is slotted in for P number 3, McCorkadale. He's not going to let him take it easy. And here comes Matt Geist. He also is keeping that train nose to tail heading into the S's now. And it looks like Burpo is going to lose one. Count that, almost 2 more positions. Dietz is now on the inside of Burpo. As he continues to get shuffled back, he's going to let him in though. So now Burpo is going to slot back into the 4th position. Good news for Brandon Hanville out in front. 2-car advantage. Bad news for him. Both McCorkadale and now Matt Geist, 2 of the most experienced drivers that we've seen all the way in the past 3 or 4 years here at Whiteland Raceway Park, fall right behind him along with Matthew Burpo. He's probably not too ecstatic about the start that he had. So will he work with the top 2? The good thing about these senior level classes is that they all have a lot of experience. Sometimes if you get a little flustered, you can calm yourself back down and realize, all right, I need to work together with the people around me despite what I feel about them to catch back up to leaders so they don't run away. And it looks like it's slowly starting to pay off. Hanville maintained that gap there up until the S's. Now he's starting to lose just a little bit through Daytona Corner now. Burpo, or sorry, not Burpo, that is McCorkadale right behind in the 2nd spot, getting that little bit of a push from Matt Geist in the 3rd position, and they are slowly starting to bring along the rest of the field side by side for P2, though. There now goes McCorkadale up to the front. He goes up into P2. Matt Geist falls back to 3rd. That is now going to allow Burpo, Dietz, and I think possibly Josh Pachuni is running a little bit farther back there behind Dietzy to close back up. But right now, top 5 separating themselves slowly from the rest of the field, coming out of that second S now. There's a good shot right in the middle. Matt Geist, he yielded that spot to McCorkadale, said, all right, you think you're faster, I'll let you go through, and we'll try to see if we can't do this again. He's trying to reel back in McCorkadale to get that little bit extra push, get the toe as much as he can to close up that momentum to the leader of Hanville out front. Hanville on the while holding on to about a 3-car lead. It's probably going to take about another lap or 2 to bring it back down. We are 3 laps completed, 3 more to go down into turn number 1. Geist has now caught up to the back bumper of McCorkadale heading into the S's now. Gives him a huge push heading into it, and that gap continues to close down to Hanville, your leader. Now making their way through the second part of the S, coming onto that backstretch. Good shot there. You could see Geist way on the back bumper. McCorkadale now starting to spread back out as he's starting to pull away. McCorkadale, that is, from Geist. And that gap, it fluctuates. It's staying in between about 2.5 to 3 carts between Hanville, McCorkadale, and Geist. But right now, it looks like Hanville is doing a good job of just maintaining the difference between himself and the next 2 behind. He's got to hold on for 2 more laps. Geist all over the back bumper, and McCorkadale is going to give him a huge shove from the start finish straight all the way down into turn 1 and probably down into the first part of the S's. Continues to stay on that back bumper. He's going to back off a little bit here into the S's just to make sure he doesn't over push McCorkadale in that second spot to get a little bit loose, because that would slow them both down. But Hanville continues to hold on by himself. Almost equal spacing now in the top 3 as they make their way into the bus stop for the second to last time. This next time by, look for the white flag for your leader of Brandon Hanville. Let's see if he can hold on just 1 and about a quarter more laps to go through the south side hairpin, maintains that gap, and it's starting to come back down ever so slightly. Right now is going to be the hardest part for him. He's got to hold on down the straightaway. Geist, he's not close enough as he was last time to McCorkadale to give him that push. So good news for Hanville, your leader. Bad news for McCorkadale. If he's going to catch back up, he's got to do it all by himself with no help of a push, barely getting a toe as it is, closing it up into the S's. Good shot there of your top 3 through the S's they go. And with equal spacing, if Hanville can just hold on a little bit longer, 1 straightaway and 3 more corners, he will be able to start on pole position for the future. Into the bus stop he goes for the final time, through Daytona Corner, and I think he might be able to do it. 3 to 4 carts is the gap he's got to maintain. Through the south side hairpin, not a chance for McCorkadale to pass, and out of the final 2 corners, here comes Brennan Hanville. He will take the checkered flag and start on pole position for the future for Briggs 206 Senior Heavy. McCorkadale comes across in P number 2, Matt Geist in P number 3, Burpo in P4, and Adam Dietz will round out your top 5 for 206 Senior Heavy. Up on deck, or up next I should say, we have Micros and Minis, followed by KA Senior, 206 Master, KA Junior, 206 Senior Light, 206 Heavy Master and Supermaster, and Collegiate GP. So still plenty more racing still yet to come here for the pre-finals. Don't go anywhere, as we are still setting the field for the future this afternoon for the rest of the classes still yet to come. We got a 2-for-1 special coming your way right now as the green flag is out for group number 1. Again, this is micros and minis both ran at the same time. Micros currently underway as they take the green your minis take the way all the way through. AJ Stoner appears to be pulling out the lead into that group over Titus Roberts, Austin Taylor, and Gage Harden. Here comes your minis now making their way into turn number 1. Casey Henderson, Danny O'Gara are in the top 2 positions, and it looks like Henderson just a little bit farther ahead of O'Gara in that second spot. So this is going to be a little bit confusing for us to keep track of, but trust me, I'm going to try my best here so we can figure out who is running in what position or what class. Thankfully, we have separation now, but sometimes there is a chance that the minis will come by and actually pass a couple of the micros, just because these are 2 different classes. The biggest separation is the weight and the restrictor, but sometimes with the little less of a horsepower from your minis, can make up for the fact that they don't have as much power as the micros. So now, at the top of your screen, you're watching 1 and 2 for the mini class. That is Danny O'Gara running in the second spot. Right in front of him is going to be Casey Hendrickson making their way out of the S's now, heading towards that backstretch. So on your screen, you see Casey Hendrickson and Danny O'Gara. That is for the micros as they make their way into the bus stop. Now we take an onboard look at our Kubota and the trailer right behind us. There's the rest of the field heading into the Daytona corner now as they make their way up the hill, coming down towards the start-finish straight. It is now going to go to Austin Taylor, who is running in the micro class, mini class. He is second to AJ Stoner. There's AJ Stoner out in front for the minis. Austin Taylor just a little bit farther behind. Now we're going to switch back over to the micros. Danny O'Gara able to get the lead over Casey Hendrickson running in the second spot, making the way through the S's now. We are 3 laps to go this next time by for the minis out in front. Micro is about to follow just suit. Here comes AJ Stoner across the line. He is now going to take it now a little bit over 1.2 seconds to Austin Taylor, who is running in that second spot. So he continues to pull away farther and farther from the rest of that field. Casey Hendrickson for your micros, though, he is looks like now registered in the second spot right behind Danny O'Gara. There is AJ Stoner, the leader for the minis. And like we said before, huge lead over the rest of the field. Your micros just a little bit closer together. Here's a shot of 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I believe that is Bo Schultz. Lincoln Wiley, actually, I think, with Bentley McCain running in the 5th and 6th position. This time across the line, though, 2 laps to go for your leaders across the way. And that is going to be AJ Stoner leading the minis just in front now of Austin Taylor, Titus Roberts, Gage Harden, and Dalton Sears. Your micros now making the way across the line. Danny O'Gara opening up a decent lead over Casey Hendrickson running in that second spot. Then there's a huge gap between those 2 and the rest of the field. Last time by, it was about 5.5 seconds. Now it's up to 6.5 seconds. Separates second and third in your micros. This next time by, look for the white flag for AJ Stoner, the leader of the minis, and overall continues to open up his lead. 3.7 last time by. Let's see what it is this time by. Austin Taylor, second overall and second in the minis, comes across the stripe. He is now fallen down to 4.8, but he's holding off Titus Roberts and Gage Harden, who are following in suit. Gage Harden extremely close to Titus Roberts running in that 3rd position, so he might be able to pull something out last second, but we're going to take it back over to AJ Stoner, the leader overall and of the minis. As he makes his way through the bus stop for the final time, he's got to navigate 4 more corners in order to start on pole position for the micros and minis overall. Out of the south side hairpin, coming up to that quick little set of S's, coming down towards the start-finish straight. AJ Stoner takes the win here this afternoon and will start on pole position for micros and minis registered in the micro class. Following suit goes Austin Taylor, Titus Roberts, Gage Harden, and now we're waiting for Danny O'Gara, the leader for your micros. He is now going to make his way across the line, and he is going to start on pole position for the micros. Casey Hendrickson is going to follow in suit. I say that, but Casey Hendrickson looks to be struggling and under fire, I believe, from Bo, running in now the second spot, and that is going to be the case. Or sorry, no, that is Lincoln Wiley and Bo coming across the line. So Bo comes across in P3, Lincoln Wiley in P number 4. And that is going to do it for your micros and your minis here this afternoon. Up next, we're going to go to our 206 Masters. we are about to get underway with our 2:06 Masters making their way down towards the tram lines before they get the green, hopefully down into turn number 1. Let's see it. Green flag is out, and it is going to be Burpo and Dietz leading the way into turn number 1. And it looks like Dietz is going to slot quickly into that second spot. He is going to stay right behind Burpo. Burpo defends into the second set of S's. He's going to go out wide. Here comes Dietz trying to set up for a crossover, but he doesn't know. Matt Geist is right there on the inside. He can't pinch it down low, and now he might lose yet another position to Matt Geist, but he's going to take it side by side. Geist is going to go around the top side Tommy through the bus stop and maintain that second spot heading into the Daytona corner. Out of the south side hairpin they come. We got 5 carts almost nose to tail. The top 3 pretty much nose to tail. Burpo out in front, Geist into P2, Adam Dietz in the 3rd position as they make their way down. It looks like a look to the inside from Geist, takes the spot, and Dietz is going to follow. Adam Dietz up into P2. Now count Burpo back into 3rd. Let's see if Dietz is going to get anxious and try to go for the lead, or if he's going to work with Geist through the S as they go. No chance for a crossover move there. Second on back, and now a little bit of a gap out in front. Matt Geist is going to hold on to about a 1, maybe 2 cart length lead over second placement of Dietz. All the while, it is now going to be Burpo under attack from Melvin Godsey into the south side hairpin. Melvin Godsey getting a little bit of help there from Steven Taylor. Taylor working the back bumper of Godsey, trying to catch him back up to the group. You can see him put his hand up in the air, trying to tell him, push me. I need to get just a little bit more. About 3 cart lengths now as he lost momentum out of that final corner. And now the top 3 slowly starting to use that accordion effect and close back together, heading into that first set of S's. Through the turn number 3 they go, heading up into 4. And it looks like no defensive move from Matt Geist as he continues to hold off Adam Dietz and company of Matthew Burpo and Melvin Godsey holding off Steven Taylor as they make their way through the bus stop. Taylor giving a huge push to Godsey. That's the battle for the 4th position heading in the south side hairpin. And he's going to inch it back up to that top 2, but it looked like Taylor had to look on the inside. Godsey closed the door on him, so those 2 are now battling it out for the 4th and 5th position. If they could just sit tight and maybe work together, they could easily catch back up to the top 3. However, it is 4 laps to go, 3 to go next time by, also called halfway in a 6-lap race. So if they're not able to do anything quick, look for those 2 to possibly start duking it out back and forth to either try to advance their position just a little bit farther or possibly to sit tight. But now it looks like Godsey losing a little bit of time. Here's a switch back up to the top 3. That is a Geist out in front, Adam Dietz into P2. Dietz is now closed up. I think it's the closest he's been since the start of the race. Working that back bumper. I think he might play this one a little bit patient. He's probably going to wait till the 2nd or 3rd lap, or if that cart right behind him, cart number 46 of Matthew Burpo, decides to try something quick, he might have to go on the defensive, and that would cause him to open up a little bit of a gap between himself and Geist out in front. But as of now, Burpo not close enough to make a move, and Geist, he's right there. Dietz, he's right there. If he tries it, and he's going to try it now, sends it up on the inside, count him as your new leader. He's now going to open up a possibility for a crossover from Geist. Does he allow him to do that? Geist straight to the back bumper. Dietz did not pinch off that inside line. He chose to take more momentum, and now Geist said, all right, I'm going to let you go, but we're going to have to work together to keep us both away from that beehive from right behind of Burpo, Godsey, and Taylor. So the top 3 now are starting to close back up. I think Dietz may have bobbled them down there in the south side hairpin, allow the 2nd and 3rd of Geist and Burpo to close back up. 2 laps to go this time by. Look for the white flag next time. Top 2 now starting to pull away from the 3rd placement of Burpo. I think Burpo's geared just a little bit higher than the top 2 because he has more momentum in the slower parts of the track, but he struggles on top end, and we're going to see it in action here. He closes back up into these S's, but once they get on the straightaway and out of that drafting range, that's when he starts to struggle, and you can see it now. He's falling out of the field of view, but as soon as they get into the tighter hairpins is when he closes back up. So right now, count it as a top 2 dogfight between Dietz and Matt Geist. Into the south side hairpin they go. Let's see if Geist is going to play it here, or if he's going to try to take it just a little bit later. He doesn't try to make a move now, stays right behind, but he's got a good run. He might have it. White flag is out this time. Look for a possible dive bomb into turn 1 and or the S's. He's looking low. Is he close enough? He's going to take it. Dietz is going to keep him humble and pinch the inside, side by side into turn 3. Dietz all the way out to the outside line, carries all sorts of momentum, throws it back out to the outside. Now look for him to cover the inside line. Here comes Geist. He's got the run. Does he take it? He's looking. Into the bus stop they go. They're going to go side by side. Dietze on the inside, Geisner on the outside. Count that backwards now going to Daytona corner. Geis now to the point. Adam Dietze into P2. Burpo now suddenly in the field of view. Into the last big heavy braking zone. They're going to go side by side. Door to door across the line. Advantage to Matt Geis. Dietze now going to lose another position across the stripe. Geis comes across P2, Adam Dietze in second, and somehow Matthew Burpo able to catch back up, took it door to door, and it looks like 3/100ths of a second separated your second and third placeman of Dietze and Burpo. Stephen Taylor comes across in P number 4, Melvin Gozzi in P number 5, Brian Williams in P6, Travis Wilbur in P7, Lampin in P8, Smolik in P number 9, Palmer Eicher in P10, and Troy Toney will round out the field in 11th. So that will do it for your 206 Masters. Up next is going to be KA Junior. Following is going to be 206 Senior Light. 206 Heavy ran with 206 Supermaster and Collegiate GP, coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Green flag is now out for your KA Juniors, now making their way over to the S's for the first time. The starting order was Landon Brewer, Ryan Mart, Christopher Utze, Maddox Hooper, and Dane Van Dyke, followed by Lishian Laser. Your only sixth out on track as we now watch the top two of Brewer and Mort go to work now for the next 6, almost 5.5 laps. It looks like Hooper dropped a wheel on the inside of Daytona corner, spun it out, and now he's going to come to a stop and lose track of the front pack. So bad news for him for the pre-final. Good news is he still has the final still yet to come here later this afternoon. There's a good shot of the top two. Landon Brewer and Ryan Mort running 1 and 2 heading down into turn number 1. These two have been working with the MPG Motorsports on the Kart Republic for the past, I want to say 2 or 3 years each. Both are in the development program being ran by Chase Jones and now Race Liberante. So they're seeing the fruits of their labor start to come into fruition now as they've opened up a very large gap over Christopher Utze running in the 3rd position. Christopher Utze, he's also been on the forefront of some of the regional racing series, running in the Route 66, a little bit of Stars, and also CKNA 206 Championship, if I'm not mistaken. Now finds himself moving up the category. I think he just moved up this year into the juniors, but I could be wrong on that one. I do remember watching and announcing him in the Cadet Series out at the MCC Motorsports Park in the Route 66 series. So now he's come back to the hometown roots and running this weekend here in the KA Junior Division. So he is now following just behind Dane Van Dyke. Now, Van Dyke is someone who's a bit intriguing this weekend. Normally, he's one of the forefront runners here at Whiteland Raceway Park, no matter what division he's in. He used to have great battles all the time with Charlie Steins. Those two used to be the field of their class when they would go nose to tail, and so it looks like he's been struggling this weekend in the K division. 206, he's been very strong all weekend long, but right now, battling it just farther back in that mid-pack. He's trying to just hold on to that top 5 finish here. Lucien Laser, someone who's new to the scene of karting, been around it a little bit, finds himself running in P5. Started with New Gen about 2 or 3 years ago. Lucian's father, though, Jimmy Laser, has had a lot of experience here with karting in the 100cc division, both in the Yamahas and a little bit in the 206. Also some open wheel with dirts and sprint cars. Been running all the time at Newcastle Motorsports Park, Whiteland Raceway Park, SIRA, and a lot of experience with some of the big street races like the Elkhart Grand Prix and also the Rock Island Grand Prix. So a lot of heritage in that family, and I'm sure Jimmy's having a great time just passing on the heritage of the passion that he has onto his kid as he continues to run out on track. But we're going to switch back up front to Ryan Moore and Landon Brewer running 1 and 2. They have now closed that gap back down as they make their way through that final set of S's there, as we are now halfway through. Look for 2 laps to go this time by for Ryan Moore and Landon Brewer. It could easily be a 1-2 sweep here for MPG in the KA100 Junior Division if they are able to hold on to it, not only here in the pre-final, but also in their feature. Looking at the timing board, Landon Brewer currently holds a decent-sized lead, almost 3.5 seconds over Christopher Utsi, running in the 3rd spot, as we are now given 2 laps to go by our flagman as they make their way down into turn number 1. So, teammates here, let's see if they possibly try to battle back and forth with each other. Who's going to start in pole position. As of now, they're both going to start in the front row, no questions asked, as long as they clear tech and make sure that they make weight, which should be no problem looking back on the history books. So the question is, does Landon Brewer decide to go for that pole position, or is Landon Brewer going to be content staying in P number 2, just knowing that they're going to start on the front row as they make their way out of the south side hairpin? We got 1 more lap to determine who's going to be up front, and now Brewer starting to put the pressure on Ryan Moore. Let's see if Moore defends down there to turn 1. Got about a 2-car length breathing room. No real major reason to defend into turn 1. Doesn't do so. Landon Brewer running in the 2nd spot, closes back up. Close on that back bumper, about a 1/2 car length. Not close enough to dive it down into the S's, maybe into the 2nd set. No, is going to stay right behind. So Ryan Moore is now on point, and again, holding that about 1.5 cars to 2 cars through the bus stop for the final time. Landon Brewer is only going to have 1, maybe 2 more attempts to make a pass here. First is coming up into the south side hairpin, and doesn't try it, can't make it. Now into the last corner. No, it is going to be Ryan Moore out in front taking the checkered flag this time by. Landon Brewer is going to come across in P number 2. Christopher Utsi is now going to come across in that 3rd position, and Dane Van Dyke in P number 4. Laser still making their way through, coming out of the south side hairpin now. So Laser is going to finish in P number 5, and Maddox Hooper, unfortunate to see, just dipped a wheel coming into Daytona corner. Not quite sure if there was a mechanical issue or maybe just a little bit of excitement there from the start of the race, is going to finish in P number 6. So we're going to tick 1 more off the box. KA Junior now set, ready to go here for the feature. 206 Senior Light, one of the biggest classes here this weekend, set to come to you live on the WRP Racing Network. welcome back here as we are on our third to last heat race set to come this afternoon. It is your 206 Senior Light. Your front row of Eli Fox and AJ Ludd are set to go down towards the start-finish straight. They are leading the pack down into turn number 1. They're going to get set up in the tram lines and looking for a green flag this time by. Officials making sure that the tram lines, green flag is out, and side by side they go into turn number 1, and it looks like AJ Ludd from the outside line is going to take the lead. Fox is now going to sit it up on the inside, heading into the S's. That's going to back Ludd up, and here comes, I think that's Jared Howerton, who started the third spot, now trying to just hold it off for Brandon Heber coming down the backstretch. It looks like they're going to go fairly single file down into the bus stop chicane, heading up into the Daytona Bank corner. Oh, a little bit of contact there. Looks like a little bit further back. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was Carter Bowles having to hold off his position from Elliott Cox, who is just behind him. Now he's able to get just a little bit of breathing room. Maybe those two might be able to work together and make up a couple positions as they make their way into turn number 1. Switching back over the leaders, Eli Fox out in front, a little bit of a defensive line there into turn 1. AJ Ludd in P number 2 is working his back door, trying to get a little bit of breathing room from Jared Howerton in the third spot. Brandon Heber in P4 is getting a little bit of help from, I think that maybe Levi Wilbur right behind him, but we're going to pick it up with the top 2 of Eli Fox and AJ Ludd. Look for these two. Probably are not going to race a whole lot up until the last parts of this pre-final that we have. There's a good shot just farther back is the reason why, and that is because Jared Howerton and company are right there. They're down about 2, maybe 3 kart lengths. If the top 2 go back and forth, that gap is going to close down, and it's going to bring more competitors up in that front pack. Eli does not want that. AJ does not want that. These two have a lot of experience here, both in the junior and senior division, so they know if they decide to start duking it out, it might not be the best result from at the end, because that's more work they have to do in the short 6-lap pre-final that they have. Meanwhile, behind them, Jared Howerton now, he has quickly lost the help that he had. Brandon Heber and Levi Wilbur are going back and forth from turn 1 to the exit of the S's. That allowed Howerton to pull away by 3 or 4 kart lengths, so it's good news from him if he wants to maintain third. Bad news for him if he wanted to work together with those two to catch back up to Fox and Ludd. This time by, it is going to be 3 laps remaining. Look for 2 to go next time by. Fox still going to have the advantage. Ludd all over his deck lid coming down into turn 1, heading up into the S's now. That gap continues to open up. The gap now between AJ Ludd and Jared Howerton, roughly about 1 second separates the two of them. So they got breathing space, but that's going to quickly dwindle as now it looks like Howerton has to go on the defensive, because here comes Wilbur trying it up on the inside. Now the outside heading into the bus stop chicane, now into the Daytona corner. It is going to be Howerton on the outside line. Howerton's going to lose 1, almost 2. Let's see if he can keep Heber now at bay. He is. He's going to split right in between Wilbur and Heber, so now that's a 3-car battle, and slowly but surely, here comes that third pack being led by Elliott Cox to close back up. We are 2 laps to go this time by. Look for white flag next time, and already we got 3 packs sorted out. You got the front pack that we're watching now of Eli Fox and AJ Ludd. They have stayed like that from the start, working nose to tail. Then you go behind them, you got Wilbur running in third, Howerton in 4th, and then Heber in 5th. Then you go back to that second main group being led by Elliott Cox. So we're going to keep a close eye on all 3 of these packs, and we're going to continue to watch this one for the lead. They should be getting the white flag this time by. Fox and AJ Ludd nose to tail, but now Fox has a slight advantage heading into turn number 1, which is good news, because that's one of the better passing opportunities if you're closed up to him. Fox defends just a little bit. AJ Ludd now closes up to the rear deck lid. Howerton looked like he had a look to a possible crossover coming out of turn 1, just not enough to get it done. Now let's see if he sets him up into the S's. He tries it. Wilbur is now forced on the inside. Howerton tries another crossover, but looks like Wilbur is going to back it up. Now they're going to go door to door. There's your 2 leaders, nose to tail. Probably look for a dive bomb move from AJ Ludd in the south side hairpin. Warren knows it's coming. He's defending the inside. He's got to hold it tight. Ludd trying for a crossover, coming up in the final corner. Can he get it done? It looks like no. Eli Fox is going to hold true and try, and he will start on pole position. Next one's across the line behind AJ Ludd goes Jared Howerton in P3, Levi Wilbur in P4, Braden Heber in P number 5, Elliott Cox moves up into P6, BJ Shaw into 7th, Matthew Warre into P number 8, Dylan Howerton 9th, Emerson Harrington in P10, Carter Bowles is 11th, Gavin Bird in 12th, and Keegan Day, who I don't think took the green, is registered in 13th. So that's going to do it for 206 Senior Light. Up next, we got another 2-for-1 special. It is the 206 Heavy with the 206 Supermaster set to come live on the WRP Racing Network. Here we go, 2-for-1 special getting underway. Your 206 Heavies and your 206 Supermasters now taking the green here this afternoon. So that first group out in front is your 206 Masters making the way now into the S's. That was on the front row, Derek Hastings and Matthew Burpo. And it looks like we got some problems out in that front group. I couldn't quite see the cart number, but there was one in the back that had to do a full 360 and is now continuing underway and might fall into the 206 Master Heavy group here shortly. Another one does a little loop-de-loop heading into the S's, gets back underway. But now we're going to switch back over to the battle out in front for your 206 Masters group. That is going to be led by Matthew Burpo. Derek Hastings in that second spot is not too far behind as they make their way into turn number one. Troy Toney is running in the third position, but he continues to watch the top two of both Hastings and Burpo go nose to tail into the S's now. Burpo able to open up a decent lead, but here comes a crossover and a try on the inside. Derek Hastings is now gonna challenge for the point. He had it coming out of the S, knows he lost a little too much momentum, so he's gonna fall further back down the row as he's gonna slot in to P number 2 right behind him. Troy Toney sees his opportunity to just hang on to the back bumper of Hastings, use the draft to his favor, save his equipment, and he might have something for these two as they make their way towards the end of this short pre-final. Down into turn 1, Burpo is not under pressure from Hastings, but he might be coming up into turn 2. Let's see if he has a peek here or if he shoots around the outside. Hastings backs off, trying to set up for a crossover move, but I think he backed off just a little too much as he continues to follow on the back bumper of Burpo coming out of turn number 4. Into turn number 5 they go. That is the bus stop chicane, the quick left, right, left as they make their way into the Daytona corner now. He's going to continue to follow into the toe. Troy Toney in the 3rd position though, falling off just a little bit, about a half a car length, closing it back up into the south side hairpin. He's using the battle out in front to his advantage. And now the top 3 not quite connected, but they are equally spaced out in the toe, all following Matthew Burpo. Into turn number 1, no chance of a pass there from Hastings, but he has an opportunity now, and he's going to take it up on the inside line. Burpo trying to roll the outside, tries to set up for a crossover now. Hastings is going to run wide. Now he's going to have to back up that inside row to try to hold true, and he will. Burpo now has a peek to the inside. He's going to realize he doesn't have enough for it, but he's still going to try to get his nose in. He's going to have to yield into the draft now of Derek Hastings out in front. So it is now Burpo in the lead, Burpo now out of the lead into P number 2, Hastings into the lead, Troy Toney into 3rd, and just off into the distance is Michael Schaefer in the 4th position. He's out of the toe, but can watch the battle for the top 3 continue on. Here comes Burpo now trying on the inside of Hastings. Hastings rolls the outside line and is able to hold on. Here comes Troy Toney for 2nd, 2-for-1 special. Burpo falls back, falls down the order into P3, and now Derek Hastings opens up a 4-car length advantage and is able to somehow put Troy Toney in between himself and Matthew Burpo into 2nd. Troy Toney, he's going to have his deck lid full of Matthew Burpo, give a little bit of a push, and now Michael Schaefer in the 4th position is seeing the 2 out in front and his opportunity to get a ticket to ride and close back up the gap to the leader of Derek Hastings out in front. 2 laps to go this time by. Derek Hastings still out in front, closing up into lap traffic. Let's see if he can use it as a pick, and he does. Hastings able to get by, Toney able to get by, Burpo able to get by. Schaefer, though, gets bogged down just a little bit, and now he is able to get around, but he's going to lose sight of the draft between Troy Toney and Matthew Burpo. All the while, Derek Hastings is holding on to that 2, maybe 3-car length advantage he has over Toney in 2nd and Burpo in 3rd. Look for the white flag this time by, and also lap traffic in the distance. And one is going to play nice, let them both go, or all 3 of them go by. There's still 2 a little bit farther out having the battle amongst themselves. So let's see if that plays into a factor going to the bus stop chicane. And should it into the turn 1 or the S's. Burpo not close enough to make a move on Toney. Toney not close enough to make a move on Hastings. Into the S's they go. Toney has a peek to the inside. He's got to back out of it. Hastings was having none of it. He held his regular line. Now he's going to get bogged down by the lappers, so he's going to be able to get around 1. Troy Toney is not able to. Hastings slips his way through both of them, shoots the gap into the bus stop, and now Troy Toney is stuck behind 1. Burpo is as well. So that may have sealed the deal for Derek Hastings to bring home a pole position here this afternoon. 2 more corners to go as Burpo now struggles to get around, drops a wheel for 3rd. So Hastings is going to take the win here in the pre-final. Troy Toney comes home in P2. Matthew Burpo in P number 3, and Michael Schaefer comes across in P number 4. Brian Williams in the 5th position. Don Monson will come across in 6th. So that was a 2-for-1 special there for your 206 Heavy Masters along with your 206 Super Masters. So up next, we got the Collegiate GP, and that'll be the last round of pre-finals before we get going with our features for this afternoon's events. And we're about to get going here with the Collegiate GP. These are Purdue Grand Prix karts with a KT100 pipe engine on it as we are green down into turn number 1. And that was a huge jump from the outside line of Kimmo McDaniel, who is now out in front. And your inside starter of Andrew Gazda is now falling back through the field, did slot into second, and is now back into the 4th position. Looks like just got a little bit bogged down. It looks like Miles Frost was able to make the way through along with Andrew Morin as well. So there's a good shot of Kimmo McDaniel out in front. There's second and third of Frost and Morin, I believe. Timing's going to update when they make their way across. If you're seeing on your charts, both Luke Tragesser and Kent Vaccaro did not start in the feature this afternoon, so we're going to have a little bit of an update to the timing now as we continue to watch. I do know for a fact that is car number 75 of Kimmo McDaniel, who is out in front. Gazda on your screen is now fallen back into 4th, and I believe the 31 of Miles Frost is who is up into 2nd, and then the 75, or no. Okay, so 75 of Kimmo McDaniel is actually in 3rd. Second placeman is the 59 of Andrew Morin, and your leader is a 31 of Miles Frost. Sorry, timing is just not coming up. Again, it takes that entire first lap before they come through. The cage carts make it just a little bit harder to see the number panels, so I have to rely on the screen, so do forgive me for that. But that is Miles Frost out in front, and P number 2 is the 59 of Andrew Morin, who is now challenging, trying to force a crossover move out of Miles Frost, not able to get it done. It looks like maybe just a little bit of a bobble there for that second placement as they make their way through. So it's still Frost out in front, holding onto the line, almost dips a wheel in the grass, coming through Daytona corner. The 59 of Andrew Morin is all over the back bumper as they make their way through the final couple of corners, coming down to the stripe this time by. And right behind, it looks like Gazda was able to just inch out the 75 of Kimmo McDaniel, so he is now going to go up in the 3rd spot, see if he can't make up some time that he lost. Here comes the 59. Again, Andrew Morin tries on the inside, gets 2 wheels up in the air. Not uncommon since these things have the cages that bog down the karts, but he is going to now have to go all over the defensive of Miles Frost. Down the backstretch they go, heading into the bus stop yet again as we continue to tick one at a time, laps away. Top 3, almost equal spacing of Miles Frost, Andrew Morin, and now Andrew Gazda running in the 3rd position. Just behind is Kimmo McDaniel, who is, I want to say, falling off the pace, but more or less maintaining the gap that they have as they make their way through for yet another lap. Count that, I have 4 laps to go down into turn number 1, and it looks like Andrew Morin might be trying it again on Miles Frost, closing it back up, not able to get it done into turn 1, can't do it into turn 2. Probably going to try for a crossover here coming into turn 4 if they actually do. Has a look to the inside. Frost defends the inside line, sweeps up just a little bit wide, and is going to keep at bay the 59 of Andrew Morin. All the while, your 3rd placement of Andrew Gazda slowly starting to close back up to these top 2. He's got the speed, but let's see if he can get around. We always say it's one thing to catch up, it's another to make the move. So now the top 3 relatively nose to tail, as close as you can be, since they don't have bumpers, only metal on metal, which if you know anything about karting back in the 90s and early 2000s, it's not quite the best thing you want to do to be giving someone a push. Not really a lot of bump drafting in this. Andrew Gazda has a look on the 59, not quite able to get it done. Now enters into the S's, and Gazda tries it on the inside, trying for a crossover move, swings wide, not able to get it done, but now has momentum, has a peek to the inside, is going to have to back out of it since he doesn't have the room on that inside line to make the move. So now, while these 2 are battling it out, Miles Frost is slowly starting to open up a little bit of a gap over the 2 from behind. Gazda keeps trying to make a move, trying to find a hole to get around the 59 of Andrew Morin as we see 2 laps to go this time by. And it looks like Gazda may have had a bobble there coming out of that second to last corner as he's given up a little bit of time. Not quite sure what happened. Maybe it bogged down on him. But the top 2 now are starting to close back up. Miles Frost, he was having to hold off. He waited until Gazda got up and started battling with Andrew Morin. And now he's going to have to defend again from Andrew Morin. This is going to allow Gazda to close back up as these 2 start to battle it out, because this time by is going to be the white flag. Through Daytona corner they go. We were watching Miles Frost, Andrew Morin, and Andrew Gazda through the south side hairpin. very close together, not quite nose to tail. Through the final 2 corners they go, and now across the stripe, white flag, 1 more lap to go. Frost leading down into turn 1, does not have to defend because there's about 3 carts between himself and Andrew Morin into turn 1, and it looks like Frost able to hold off Morin for now, but now Morin has close enough. Does he try it on the inside of the second set of the S's? He does not. He's going to try to roll that outside line, gets an extra bit of speed, but here comes Andrew Gazda. Looks like he just bobbled a little bit out of that second part of the S's. Still in the field of view, but not close enough to make a move unless he tries to dive bomb. Gets a little wide. Let's see what Frost does. Does he fit in the inside line? No. Takes normal racing line. Doesn't quite have to defend. And now here comes Andrew Morin. Not close enough to make a move either. So the top 3 are going to stay nose to tail and single file across the stripe. Miles Frost wins the heat race. Andrew Morin comes across in P2. Andrew Gazda in P3. And then the 75 of Kimmo McDaniel will come across in P number 4. That is going to do it for our pre-finals. We're going to come back for the features just a little bit later in the day. It is scheduled for 1:30. We might go just a little bit late since we did start a little bit late, but 1:30 at the earliest, we'll be back live for features at the WRP Racing Network.
That's what I really do. So we're going to work on this section down here.
All right, if we can get everyone to stand for the prayer and anthem. Father God, we thank you for this beautiful August Sunday. We thank you for the opportunity to be here with our friends and family at Whiteland Raceway Park. We ask for you to look over everyone on and off the racetrack in today's event. May you help them to stay safe, remind them to have fun, help them to do their very best, and to remember why we're all here. We pray all in your Son's holy name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
We are 3 minutes away from going live with features, so if you are in Kid Kart or Kid Kart Novice and you are not on grid, then you are in the wrong place. 3 minutes at 1:30. We're going to get underway here with features. Start with Kid Kart and then Kid Kart Novice. checkered flag is out for our kit karts. Checkered flag is out. It is going to be Kyler Hendrickson taking the win here this afternoon. Coming across the line in P number 2 is going to be Grace Geist in that Top Kart USA entry. After that, I believe, is going to be Trey Rittenhouse in the 3rd position. So that is going to do it for our Kit Karts final here this afternoon. Up next is going to be Kit Kart Novice. Following that will be 4-cycle Novice. And then we're going to get into our 206 division, starting off with the 206 Senior Lights, coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And checkered flag is out for our kit kart novice. The top 3 goes as follow. Tate Hall was able to take the win here this afternoon with Enzo Signer in P number 2, Parker Moore in the 3rd position. Now on track is going to be our 4-cycle novice. Again, if you have a paper schedule from this morning, the 4-cycle novice was not on there, but we're going to slot it right in between the kit kart novice and the 206 senior light. So now on track to take the 1 warm-up lap, followed by the green flag, is the 4-cycle novice. That means 206 senior light will be up on grid, 206 junior will be up on pre-grid, 206 junior sportsman will be up on deck. Motorcycle novice making their way down towards the tram lines to see if they can't get the green flag this time by, and they do as they make their way down into turn number 1. Let's see how they're going to stack up, and it looks like they're going to take it single file heading down into turn number 2. And a little look from the outside there from Jackson McNeely. He had a slight look. Now he's going to go a little too wide, falls ever so slightly farther back, slots into P number 3, and now count Chase Call up into the 2nd position. Zachary Pielick is now going to lead the way and start to grow his lead over the rest of the field. Again, Chase Call is up in the 2nd spot. Jason McNeely falls back into 3rd. Leighton Satterfield is going to slot into that 4th position as they make their way down towards the start-finish straight. Now again, number 4, Zachary Pielick is making their way into turn number 1 now, going into the tram line area, heading into turn number 1. 10 laps will be the distance here for the 4-cycle novice. We are done with any class after this one less than 10 laps. From 206 senior light on, they will all be 15 laps here at Whiteland Raceway Park, making their way down into turn number 4 now, as we're going to continue to watch live here on the WRP Racing Network. Once again, if you're in 206 senior light, you need to be up on grid. 206 junior to pre-grid. 206 junior sportsman, you are up on deck. Adam Pleak, if you are missing a wallet, it is up in the timing and scoring area. And I do apologize to Zachary for mispronouncing the last name of Zachary Pleak. So Adam Pleak, if you are in the premise and you are hearing this, we have your wallet up in the timing and scoring booth. Do us a favor and come up here and pick it up before the end of the day. We would much like to send you home with your wallet this afternoon.
Come on, push it.
Maybe just Garrett. What? Yeah. Yeah.
Checkered flag is out for Forest Cycle Novice, and it is Zachary Pleak taking the win here this afternoon. Jax McNeely comes across in P number 2. Chase Call coming across the line in P number 3, with Leighton Satterfield rounding out the field in P number 4. So that will do it for Forest Cycle Novice. Up next is 206 Senior Light. And once again, Adam Pleak, we have your wallet up in the timing booth. If you would like to have your driver's license and all of your important information, do us a favor and come pick it up before the end of the day. Here's a good look about to go out on track next. That is your 206 Senior Light, and next to them is your 206 Junior. A little bit of a forecast of what's to come here in the later afternoon. So if you want to see a barn burner of a 206 Senior Light feature event, don't go anywhere and stay tuned as you're watching live on the WRP Racing Network.
No, you're good.
And we are back with the 206 Senior Light. Eli Fox, AJ Ludd are going to lead them down to the line. Let's see if we get the green, and we do, making their way down into turn number 1, and they're going to go side by side. Eli Fox is going to have the advantage with their side by side further on back. AJ Ludd, he's almost to the point of getting shuffled back. He's going door to door, elbows up with Jared Howerton, and contact in the back. That is Dylan Howerton in the 76. I got to look through my timing sheet right here. Emerson Harrington come together, and bad news for Dylan Howerton. Bumper is facing up in the air on the side pod, and hopefully he can get that running again. I think if he can just get that side pod pushed back down, he might be able to continue on, but unfortunately, day has come to an end for chances of going for a top 5. We're going to switch back over to the leaders. Eli Fox leading the way now, opening up a huge gap over the rest of the field. Currently already at a 1 second advantage over second and third placemen of Jared Howerton, AJ Ludd, and Levi Wilbur running in the 3rd spot. A little bit farther back, we go to Carter Bowles. He is currently our 5th placeman. Right behind him in P number 6 of Elliot Cox. So that is, as of now, the front half of the field. Further on back, you got Gavin Bard, Brandon Heber, BJ Shaw, Matthew Warray, and then you get into the back markers of Dylan Howerton, who came to a stop, Keegan Day, who I did not think took the green, Emerson Harrington, and Palmer Eichers. We have red flag out on track. Medic to... We need a medic at the south side hairpin, if we can get the medic to the south side hairpin. If you are in the way or in between the medical vehicle or the medical workers and the south side hairpin, please make a hole. All right, the way we're going to do this is a restart from the lap of when the incident happened. So this time by, look for the green, and leading the way down to the pack is Eli Fox, as they're going to now take it single file into turn number 1. Jared Howerton in P2. AJ Lund is going to be in that third spot, and right behind Levi Wilbur. Single file they go, and now on the inside, a little bit farther back, it looks like Elliot Cox trying to make a move on Carter Bowles. Bowles now has the inside line, and there's going to be no crossover move allowed from him onto Elliot Cox as they now go into the bus stop yet again. Now we're going to watch the top 2. Eli Fox, Jared Howerton, nose to tail 1 and 2. Now if you're Eli Fox, that red flag did not serve him any benefit whatsoever. He had a good lead going, and now he's trying to claw it back up to the front, and it looks like after lap 1 he may have done so. I think that car may be set up to come in a little bit earlier than the rest of the field as he's trying to open up as much of a gap as he can, and now Jared Howerton is under attack from Wilbur. Levi Wilbur now is trying to slot himself into the second position. He was able to get around Ludd. He falls back one more position, so now Wilbur has got his elbows up, and instead of trying to work with Howerton, he's now trying to see if he can't take the position away because he feels like he is able to close the gap back up to Eli Fox. Going outside that second pack onto the third, Carter Bowles, who is running in the 5th position, has got a rear view mirror full of Elliot Cox right now. Those two, I think, are going to try to work together, and as of now, it is slowly starting to pay off as they're closing into that second group that is being led by now AJ Ludd, AJ Ludd, who got pushed up into 3rd. Now he was able to get around Wilbur, but still in the second spot is Jared Howerton. So they're going to go single file, and that lead that Eli Fox had, it was approximately about 0.8 of a second before he had the red. Right now it's sitting at about 0.7 of a second, so he has almost picked up to where he was before that incident happened, and maybe he might be able to pull away from the field if they can settle in that second pack. We're going to keep an eye on that gap. It is now 0.36 across the board. Let's see if that's going to open up to 0.7 or stay about where it is. Now across the stripe, let's see it. 0.728. Eli Fox starting to pull away, and this is going to work into his favor. To the inside goes AJ Ludd. He is now going to inherit the second spot. He's going to push Howerton back into P number 3. Wilbur's still right there in 4th, but all this battling back and forth has allowed Fox to slowly start to pull away. So if last time by was at 0.7, I wouldn't be surprised if this time by he's looking at about a second. If he can keep this up for the next 5 to 6 laps, you might be looking at a runaway from the front, because he's going to be able to eliminate that draft from the rest of the field on back. We're going to keep an eye on it, though, as it's still Eli Fox leading the way over now Ludd, Howerton, and Wilbur, this time across the stripe. Going back to that third pack, there it is on the left-hand side of your screen. Elliot Cox was able to get around Carter Bowles, so now count Elliot up to P5. Carter has fallen back into 6th. He's staying in the tow, and it looks like those two slowly are edging their way up into that second pack, being led by Ludd, followed by Howerton and Wilbur. So if the top 2 in that second pack of Ludd, Howerton continue to go back and forth and battle it out, they're backing up the rest of the field towards both Cox and Bowles, who might be able to get their elbows up and make a little bit more of a havoc there in that second pack. Meanwhile, looking back at the gap to the lead, the front pack of group number 2 has settled down ever so slightly. That gap that was at 0.783 has fallen now to 0.424. So call it a draft, call it 2 people working together of both Ludd and Howerton, or maybe Fox made a mistake, but that'd be very uncommon of him. That gap is now starting to close back down. So we could be looking at a 3-pack runaway if they keep their heads cool and they decide not to battle each other, or B, if they do start to battle each other back and forth, then that will bunch up the rest of the field. Who's going to hope for that? Well, your 5th placement of Elliot Cox and your 6th placement of Carter Bowles, who are all spread out. They're trailing away from Wilbur, who's in the 4th spot. Wilbur would also like to hope for that. He's trailing by about 3 kart lengths now from the top 3. So as of now, we're seeing a 3-kart breakaway slowly separating from the rest of the pack. Is it going to stay? I don't think it is, because here comes Ludd on the inside. Howerton tries to follow. Fox is going to get pushed to the outside line, and he's going to get shuffled back to 3rd. Just like that, here comes Howerton again for the lead. He is now going to take the point, look for a crossover move. Fox tried to get his nose into it, but he could not. So now Ludd's in 2nd. Now he's going to push for the lead. And look who is now in the 4th spot, now up into the mix. Levi Wilbur has joined the party and is a 4-kart battle for the lead. Elliot Cox just off the screen is slowly starting to close back in, along with Carter Bowles. So just like that, 3 passes have allowed a 3-car battle to turn into a 4, now call it 5, and almost a 6 if this continues on. As of now, it is Howerton out in front, Eli Fox in P number 2, Lund in the 3rd spot, Wilbur in 4th, and now just arriving on the scene, Elliot Cox in 5th. Carter Bowles, he's trailing about 3 or 4 car lengths from that front pack. So if that battle continues on for the top 3, look for that pack to slow back down. Now, Howerton has led longer than we had the last time before with Eli Fox on that last lap. Let's see if Fox decides to play the long-term game or if he just wants to get to the point and try to pull away like he did at the start of the race. He has 5 karts, nose to tail, in a pack. Both Howerton and Fox are very experienced. Howerton, a multi-class driver. He has ran a shifter, he has ran a KA, and he has also ran a 206 here at Whiteland Raceway Park more recently. Eli Fox, he's now getting into the diversion of trying different classes. He started out running Yamaha in the junior sportsman and junior 2 categories at Whiteland, Newcastle, and SIRA. He's now branching out into the KA division, running with the Stars Championship and the OKN as well, and he also dabbles into shifter. So these 2 out in front have a lot of experience both on the regional and national scene. Now let's look at AJ Lund in 3rd, someone who is very popular when it comes to the regional tracks. He is a common runner here at Whiteland Raceway Park and Newcastle Motorsports Park. And then Levi Wilbur, he has run everything under the sun that comes to karting in the Midwest. Call it the USAC Karting Series, call it Whiteland Raceway Park, Newcastle Motorsports Park, and a little bit of CK&A, someone else who has a lot of experience. So these 3 might realize that it's best interest for them to keep their heads down, keep it cool, keep it clean. That way you can duke it out in the last 2 to 3 laps as we're looking 4 laps to go. Now you want to talk about experience? How about that young man running in the 5th spot? That is Elliot Cox, who has ran everything in karting and also now into cars, the Formula 4 Series, a little bit of Formula F2000, as well as running in the SCUSA Pro Kart Series, USPKS, and calling this track home of Whiteland Raceway Park. All sorts of experience, top 5, bunched up. Here it is, 3-lap shootout, and it looks like the first one to break the party is going to be Eli Fox down on the inside. He's taking the point away from Howerton. Lund tried to follow. He's now going to have to slot back into P number 3, so they're going to continue to stay nose to tail. And now Elliot Cox is slowly closing up on the back bumper of Wilbur, giving a little bit of a nudge there, trying to keep him forward. I think Elliott runs best when he has a draft. I'm not quite sure if it's geared a little too high, but he kind of struggled to keep up with that front pack towards the start of the race. He kind of leaned on the fact that the top 5 were going back and forth to keep him up into the mix. The good news is they are still bunched up. They're going back and forth to the front. Bad news for him, he's in the 5th spot, and we got 2 laps to go this time across the stripe. Top 3 slowly starting to pull away. Is anyone going to dive to the inside of turn 1? It looks like Eli is going to defend, and now here comes Howerton. Massive crossover move coming out of turn 1 into turn number 2. They're still going to go side by side. Here comes AJ Lund trying to see if he can't make him a place here. Forced to the outside line. Now Wilbur is going to let him slot back into line. That was a very smart move indeed, because he could have easily broken up that front 5 pack if you would have tried to fight him just a little bit harder on the exit of the second S. This time through Daytona banking, Eli is going to defend, and it looks like Howerton's trying for that crossover on exit. Wilbur now up around AJ Lund. Count him up into 3rd. AJ is going to run the inside line back into the 3rd spot. White flag is out this time by, down into turn 1. Look for Eli to defend. What does Howerton do? He tried to go lower. He's going to pop out late. Now he's going to try for the crossover move heading into turn number 2. He's got the outside line. He's got to play this smart. Eli swings wide. He's going to park on the inside line to the block. He is going to do so. AJ trying it once again to roll that outside for a crossover move. Eli going on the defensive into the bus stop. Here comes Howerton on the inside. Is he going to force the issue? Yes, he is. Howerton up in the front into Daytona. If you are Eli Fox, you got one more attempt. Let's see if he tries to pop out. Lund is going to pinch him down low. Last corner, last chance to make a dive bomb move. They're all going to go for it for the inside. Slight contact, but it's going to be Howerton holding on across the stripe. And your winner for Briggs 206 Senior Light is Jared Howerton. Eli Fox with a almost a last chance dart there move in the last corner. I thought he was going to have it, finishes in the 2nd position. Levi Wilbur was able to come around for P3. Elliot Cox was able to capitalize off of all that pushing and shoving, comes across into P4. AJ Ludd, unfortunately, getting shuffled down into P5, and he is not happy. You can see him expressing his frustrations, and it's a heartbreak to see indeed, as he is going to fall back into P5. Brennan Heber comes across in P6. Carter Bull is in 7th. Gavin Bayard in P number 8. Emerson Harrington rounding out inside the top 10 in P9. Dylan Howerton rounds out the top 10 in 10th position. BJ Shaw scored as 11th. Matthew Warray in 12th. Keegan Day 13th. Palmer Eicher scored as 14th. So how about that for your 206 Senior Light? Up next, we got more 206 racing to come with your 206 Junior set to go live here on the WRP Racing Network. Green flag is out for your 206 Junior, and already at a massive lead is Sam Tutwiler, your pole sitter, starting to pull away. Meanwhile, second on back there, going bumper to bumper, nose to tail. Thomas Anthony, who was slotted to start in P number 2, is somewhere in that mix of karts between second on back. Lane Gibbs in that WPK Kart Republic entry finds himself now up into P number 2. Dane Van Dyke, who started in the 4th spot, is now up into 3rd. But all the while, they were following that young man right there, Sam Tutwiler, opening up already about a 5 to 6 kart length advantage over the rest of the field. Let's see what the time gap is across the line this time. It is already at 1.5, almost 1.6 seconds. Sam Tutwiler has over Lane Gibbs in P2 and Dane Van Dyke in 3rd. Just behind Van Dyke is Thomas Anthony, Gage Justinato running in the 5th position, and Maddox Hooper in P6. So that is your top 6 in total. Maddox and Gage are running in that 3rd pack, call it, just farther back, as they're actually going to go door to door through the bus stop chicane. We're going to continue to watch. But right now, that young man, Sam Tutwiler, out in front. Now let's take a peek back here into that 2nd position, because they're now starting to battle. That is between Lane Gibbs and Van Dyke. Van Dyke had a look on the inside heading into the south side hairpin. Now he's going to continue to stay behind Gibbs. These two, they got a little bit of a dilemma here. Van Dyke does in 3rd. As he takes a peek to the inside line, he might decide that he wants to lead from here on out, thinking it might work best for him to get a little bit of a push from Lane Gibbs to make up that gap. But right now, it looks like Thomas Anthony has other plans. So if these three continue to go back and forth like they are, look for the gap between themselves and Sam Tutwiler to grow. Last time by, the gap between Tutwiler and Gibbs was 1.7 seconds, so he's already opened up 2/10. I wouldn't be surprised if right now, this next time by, it's looking at over 2 seconds with all the battling that happened in turns 1, 2, 3, and 4 for both Gibbs, Tutwiler, and Anthony running in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. The problem these three are running into now is that they are slowly bringing up that 2nd pack, being led by Gage Justinato. Christopher Utsi was able to get around Maddox Hopper, and he is now almost in towing distance to now Lane Gibbs in the 3rd spot. Meanwhile, Dane Van Dyke is slowly starting to open up the gap between that second pack. He's not closing in on Sam Tutwiler. Last time by, he went a 43.3 to Sam Tutwiler's 43.2. So he's trailing by 1/10. But if the tires are set to come in later, if he's maybe trying to save his equipment for later on the race, he could possibly start to chip away at the deficit. But right now, they're going side by side for the 4th position of Gage Justinato and Thomas Anthony, working that outside line through the bank corner, heading down into the south side hairpin, now up towards the main straightaway. Gibbs is going to hold off just a little bit over Justinato to make their way across the stripe. And right now, we got 5 karts in a row. That's not for the lead, ladies and gentlemen. That is for the 4th position. The rest of the field has already made their way up. Sorry, that's for the 3rd position on back. 1 and 2 are starting to pull away ever so slightly from the rest of the field. But right now, Lane Gibbs holds on to the advantage. But here comes Justinato trying it again. He tried to do a crossover, not able to get it done, stays in the draft, and he's going to open up that air for everyone on behind. That's Utsi, Hooper, and now Santos slowly making their way up into the mix there. But I think as of now, it's going to sit that they're going to have to battle it out for the 3rd position on back, because I just don't see a way, unless something drastic happens, that Tutwiler or Van Dyke would have any chance of losing the spots that they had. Now let's look at the times between Tutwiler and Van Dyke. Last time by, your leader Tutwiler went a 43.0. He may be trying to save his tires. Van Dyke went a 42.9, so he is 1/10 better. He's going to need more. He's 2 seconds down. He's going to need at least 2 to 3 tenths a lap in order to make up the gap starting this time by. So if he's not able to pick it up here in the next 2 or 3 laps, it is going to be all good news for Tutwiler. But Van Dyke has a lot of laps, a lot of experience here at Whiteland Raceway Park. He does have a garage, and he calls this track his home. So he has a chance to reel him back in if something big were to happen, but it's going to happen now. Looking back on the 3rd position, that is still Gibbs in the MPG Kart Republic entry running in the 3rd position. Gage Justinato on the Eagle running in P4. Maddox Hooper in the new gen entry is running in the 5th spot. They've kind of stayed nose to tail. Not a whole lot of dramas happen. Justinato has tried a couple of moves to get around Gibbs, especially in the banking corner. I think he gets a better run out of the 2nd set of the S's. But as of right now, on your screen, that gap staying a little bit stagnant as they make their way into the bus stop. But as of now, it looks like that 2nd, 3rd, 4th on back kind of staying consistent. I think it may have settled down in the front half part of the field. Let's look at the gap between the leaders. Last time by, Sam Tutwiler went a 42.9. This time by, a 43.1. Dave Van Dyke, almost identical, 43.1. So Van Dyke, again, needs to pull at least 2 to 3, maybe even 4 tenths a lap in order to close the gap down significantly to be at his back door by the time the white flag comes out. That's not even saying what he needs to get around. This is what he needs to get to catch back up. So as of now, it is good news for Sam Tutwiler maintaining that gap between himself and Van Dyke for 2nd. Meanwhile, Van Dyke has opened up the lead between himself and the battle for the 3rd position. 2.7, almost 3 seconds separates himself between Lane Gibbs, Justinato, Hooper, Utsi, and Santos running in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th position. This time by, it is cross flags, which means halfway this time by. Let's look at the times in the top 2. Tutwiler went a 42.9. Van Dyke went a 43.2. Not good news for your 2nd placeman. Fantastic news for your leader of Tutwiler. He's got to sit tight and hold on for another 7 laps in order to claim victory here this afternoon for your 206 junior. Now you're watching the battle for the 3rd position. This is for the last step on the podium. Whoever gets on top here is going to take home a trophy and a piece of remembrance of this Sunday race here this afternoon on this beautiful August day at Whiteland, Indiana. Let's see if Justinato is able to close back up to Gibbs. It looks like he was starting to fall away, and then he ever so slightly started to bring it back up. Now he is working on the back bumper. So bottom of your screen goes Tutwiler, Van Dyke on the left-hand side, and then here's the battle for 3rd being led by Lane Gibbs. And now Justinato is on his tail, doesn't have a look on the inside. He's going to continue to follow, and almost looks like he's starting to push, trying to get, maybe not even catch up to Van Dyke, but just get some breathing space between themselves and then Hooper and Utsi, who are almost nose to tail. They're closing back up, give a little bit of a push when it's needed, but then they're separating back out, except for right now, I say that, they are now going nose to tail into Daytona Corner. So these 4, they get apart by about 3 or 4 kart lengths, and they close back up. It's a 2-pack and a 2-pack, and what they really need is just a little bit more of an oomph from behind from the caboose on that one, which is, if I'm not mistaken, Santos running in the 7th position. If they can get just a little bit more of a push there from behind, they might be able to close that back up and have a 4-car battle for the lead. However, if you're Gibbs or Justinato, that is not what you want. You want as much breathing space as you can get, and right now, they are not getting it. It looks like a yellow is out for an incident over in the S's. Can't quite get a cart number for you guys, so hopefully we can look at the scoring sheet and figure that one out here quickly. But now it's a 4-pack battle, because here comes Maddox Hopper. He's got a little bit of a run, not as much as he needed, although it looked like it was more defensive there, trying to hold off Yutzi than it was trying to make a move on Justinato running in the 4th position. As now Yutzi trying it around the outside line, and I don't think it's going to work out for him. Here comes Hooper. Hooper is going to move up one more position for the moment. At least I thought he did. Nope, he's going to settle back there into the 5th position. So that is going to now allow Gibbs and Justinato to pull away from the rest of the pack. So now Hooper continues to run in P number 5. Yutzi in the 6th position. Now they're going to go door to door again. Your 5th and 6th placement of Hooper and Yutzi. So that might be the breathing room that both Gibbs and Justinato need to pull away from the 2-pack that's going on from behind them. And I think they got it. They're about 4 kart lengths. The draft is still there. Not as strong as both Hooper and Yutzi were hoping for, but that might have done it if they can keep it clean here the next couple laps. And all in the while this is happening, guess who is now slowly falling back in the field of view? It is your 2nd placement of Dane Van Dyke. He is now fallen down to about 1.6 seconds between himself and now Gibbs running in the 3rd position. It was closer to 2, and I think it was over 2 at one point. So they are starting to close back up. We do have 3 laps to go. So I think Van Dyke is safe there in P2, but he's got to stay consistent here for these next 2.5 laps if he wants to secure that 2nd spot. Sam Tutwiler, a leader, doing a fantastic job of extending his lead. Last time by was a 42.7. Your 2nd placement of Van Dyke was a 43.2. 4.1 seconds separates the 2 of them. So Tutwiler's got to keep it clean for the next 2 laps. There is 1 lapper on the field of view, but he can take his time because he has all the breathing room that he needs. Meanwhile, that 2nd pack has now decided to open the Pandora's box and start going back and forth. And now, let's see it on the inside. Here comes Gibbs. He fallen back about 2 positions. Now he's going to try to make up a couple. He is now going to go door to door there with Hooper running in the 6th position. They're still going to go side by side into the bus stop. Is it going to work out for him? Someone's got to yield, and it looks like it's going to be Hooper that yields and falls back into the 4th spot. This is great news for, if I'm not mistaken, that should be Justinato in the 2nd spot. It is not actually. That is going to be Yutzi up into the 3rd position. So white flag is out this time by. He has now moved up into P3. Justinato right behind in 4th. Gibbs in 5th and Hopper in 6th. Hopper now, he's watching the 2 in front of both Justinato and Gibbs go door to door to turn 1. Here comes a massive dive on the inside from Gibbs. Tries it. He's able to clear it. Here comes Hooper, trying to do a cross from the outside. Slight bit of contact there with Justinato, and they're going to continue to go door to door into the bus stop chicane this time, and it looks like Hooper is going to come out better on top. Switching back over to your leader, though. This time across the line, how about this for a clean race from the start? Dominating performance from Sam Tutwiler, taking home the win in Briggs 206 Jr. Van Dyke was able to hold on and come across in P2. Christopher Yutzi comes across in the 3rd position. Blaine Gibbs in P4. Maddox Hooper rounding out the field in P number 5. Gage Justinato comes across in P6. Raider Santos in 7th. Lucian Laser comes across in P number 8. And Dominic Stancombe, I think, was the last car to actually receive the checker flag, comes across in P9. Braden Cathell comes across in 10th, and Thomas Anthony, who only did 3 laps, is registered in 11th. So that will do it for your 206 Junior. Up next, it's another big one. 206 Junior Sportsman set to go live here on the WRP Racing Network.
good, dude. Yeah. You called it.
You owe me $1.
I can remember. You didn't get ran over, man. Don't feel bad. Try to get $5 out of me earlier. So. You think I have money? I'm into racing. Oh yeah.
Green flag is out for your 206 junior sportsmen, Danny O'Gara and Dylan Thomas leading the way down into turn number 1, and it looks like O'Gara able to roll that inside line. Now it's going to go to the point. Thomas was under attack briefly from Lincoln Wiley's to make their way into the S's, but now they're going to go 1 and 2 of O'Gara and Thomas. Wiley slotted into that third spot. Elam Stoner, I believe, is going to be up into P4, and Taylor falling back into P6 as Kason Hendrickson able to make up one position there into P number 6, Titus Roberts into P7. So they're single file up towards the front. Not a whole lot of unnecessary roughness of the passers to make their way now towards the start-finish straight. And like I said before, timing is now updating. What you see on the left-hand side of your screen is accurate as to what is going on track currently. So O'Gara and Thomas 1 and 2, Wiley P3, Elam Stoner in that 4 spot. P number 5 is going to go to Austin Taylor up into the mix now. So there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cart pack out front that is being caboosed by Kason Hendrickson. There's a little bit of a break before you get to Easton Shores running in P7 and Dominic Gaddis. So that's the 2 pack you see in the Daytona banking corner trying to close back up to that front group. But now we are watching your leader of Danny O'Gara out in front, holding off of Dylan Thomas as there's one stopped over by the bus stop chicane. Couldn't quite get a number on that. Yeah, I can't quite see the number from here. We'll have to check it with the time when they make their way by this time by. So right now, you're watching that front group, 2 pack out in front, and then a 4 pack running just behind. So it's O'Gara and Thomas, 1, 2, and then Wiley, Stoner, Taylor, Hendrickson, and almost Shores as he's closing up to that front group, but needs just a little bit more support, whether it be a draft or a little bit of a push there from behind. So we're going to continue to watch the top 2, followed by the 4 from behind. Into the south side hairpin they go. O'Gara and Thomas nose to tail, trying to get a little bit of breathing space between themselves and the third placement of Lincoln Wiley on back. Now another lap in the books. We're going to have 12 to go this time by. It has now been 3 laps completed down into turn number 1. O'Gara is almost starting to pull away now from Dylan Thomas. That last time by, O'Gara's gap was about 0.383 seconds, so call it 0.8 or 0.4. Not quite a half a second difference between himself and Thomas, and right about 0.6 is when the draft starts to fade away, so he's not entirely in the clear from Thomas. However, Thomas does not have much help from behind. He was about a 10th off of O'Gara's time. O'Gara went a 42.9, Thomas went a 43.0, and then Lincoln Wiley in the third spot went a 43.2. So he's doing enough to keep that second pack at bay, but needs just a little bit more to stay with the draft of O'Gara out in front. 11 laps to go at the line. That second pack is starting to bunch back up slowly but surely. Wiley, Stoner, Taylor, Hendrickson, and now AJ Stoner slowly starting to make his way onto the scene, but he needs also a little bit more to catch back up. It looks like Stoner is trailing Hendrickson roughly about 2 seconds, so he is moving up from where he started, but he needs just a little bit more. Last time by, Hendrickson went a 43.187. Stoner went a 43.182. So he's quicker, but not quick enough to catch back up here as much as he needs in the remaining 11 laps, almost 10 to go this time by. So we're going to continue to watch the top two. O'Gara continues to open up the lead. Last time by was .479. Let's see what it is this time by over Dylan Thomas. It is .586. So he is starting to pull away, but like we said, need about another 10th in order to start eliminating the draft between himself and Dylan Thomas. Thomas is getting a little bit draft, not as strong as it normally is, but Thomas needs just a little bit more to keep it at bay, and I think coming out of that second S, he may have bobbled it as we have one stopped in the barriers on the exit of the S's, so I think that may have done it for O'Gara. Now the problem for O'Gara is he's got to keep it consistent. If he doesn't, he makes a little mistake, Thomas will be right there back in the draft to capitalize off of any mistakes he made out in front. Meanwhile, Lincoln Wiley is starting to fade away as well. He's about 1.5 down on Dylan Thomas last time. Let's see what it is this time as they continue to go nose to tail, shuffling for position across the line. Elam Stoner now up into P3, so that is not good news for that second pack because they're continuing to lose sight of first and second placement, just like we saw at 206 Junior. This is going to be a battle for the last step on the podium. Through the S's they go. Elam Stoner now almost opening up a slight gap with Lincoln Wiley to that second group, but they're not far enough. So that draft plays into that second group's favor, being led by Austin Taylor. They're able to close back up. Kason Hendrickson follows suit, along with AJ Stoner, who is, like we said, closing that gap back down. Not quite what they need. Is now down to .335. So the AJ Stoner is closing into Kason Hendrickson. That battling back and forth allowed that to be plausible, but now comes the issue of trying to keep it consistent. We always say it's one thing to close up, it's another to pass. So I think the second group is going to be where most of the action is going to happen, again being led by Elam Stoner and Lincoln Wiley running in the third and fourth position. And then it's starting to close back up with AJ Stoner and Austin Taylor in suit. So they're now going to go to the backstretch. You're watching now, that is AJ Stoner on your screen in that black helmet, blue cart, who is pushing Lincoln Wiley running in P number 4. And just ahead, or sorry, no, that is Lincoln Wiley with the black helmet pushing on Elam Stoner just ahead. AJ Stoner is one right behind. There's a good shot of your second placement. Dylan Thomas getting the cross flags this time by, which equals halfway home. And for us, we count that as 7 laps. Down into turn number 1. There's a good shot of that battle in that second group. So that is Elam Stoner, AJ Stoner now, Lincoln Wiley, Austin Taylor, Kason Hendrickson, and Easton Shores, which Shores is trailing by about 2.7. Not quite close enough to be up in that second group, but if something major happens in that second group, they'll be right there. And Easton Shores is also joined by Dominic Gaddis running in the 9th position. So Danny O'Gara is who you're watching on your screen right now out in front, opening up a 1.5 second gap over Dylan Thomas in second. So he has successfully opened up a gap to where Dylan Thomas will not be able to enjoy the draft from Danny O'Gara. However, Thomas does have a little bit of breathing room between himself and now AJ Stoner in the third place. AJ Stoner is going on a tear, moved way up the field. I believe started somewhere back in the teens, 12th or 13th position, is now up into P number 3. So that would have been a 10-spot advantage if that is true, if my memory doesn't fail me, which a lot of times it does, is now leading that second pack. And we're going to keep an eye on the gap, or the times I should say, between Dylan Thomas and AJ Stoner. Last time by, AJ Stoner went a 42.8, Dylan Thomas went a 42.99, so he's 1/10 faster. He's going to need more to make up that 2.1 second deficit between himself and Thomas. He's going to need 4 to almost 3/10 of a second a lap. I don't quite think that's possible. Anything can and will happen here at Whiteland Raceway Park, though. But single-handedly, AJ Stoner starting to pull away from that second pack, being led by their sibling of Elam Stoner, Austin Taylor, Lincoln Wiley, Kason Hendrickson. So we could very well see Stoner going to charge here in the next couple laps. All he's got to do is hope that Thomas makes one bobble, one mistake somewhere in the slower parts of the track. He's got to be perfect. We'll be able to close back up. But as of now, Stoner is on the last step of the podium. What you're watching right now is a battle for 4th. That's Elam Stoner in P4, Austin Taylor in P5. Taylor is working the back bumper of Elam Stoner, not so much as trying to close back up to AJ, but as a little bit of an insurance to make sure that Wiley and Hendrickson wouldn't be able to close back up to them. This time by, we're looking at 4 laps to go, 3 to go next time by. There is your second place with Dylan Thomas. There is AJ Stoner. Let's look at the gap. Down to 1.2. Last time by, Dylan Thomas won a 43.0. AJ Stoner is almost there, 42.4, almost 0.6 better for AJ Stoner, your third placement on Dylan Thomas. The possibility is there, but it's going to be a tough one. Stoner's going to need to put it into overdrive, and Dylan Thomas is going to hope, or have to hope, that he doesn't make any mistakes here for the next 3.5 laps to hold off the hard charger of AJ Stoner. Down into the south side hairpin. Good shot of your leader of Danny O'Gara. Has now a 2.5 second gap over the field, so Danny just has to keep it consistent for the next 3 laps. Then comes your second place with Dylan Thomas. And right there, AJ Stoner moving up the field. Last time by, Stoner slowed it down a little bit. He went a 42.5. However, Dylan Thomas won a 42.7. Last time the gap was a 1.2. Now it's a 1.0. So he is closing, but just needs a little bit more. He is almost at the range of toe. Again, I said before, 0.6 of a second is what you need to enjoy a very strong toe from the leaders out in front. We're watching now, that is a 2:02 of Casey Hendrickson and Lincoln Wiley. That's a battle for 6th and 7th. They are got a little bit of separation between themselves and Dominic Gaddis running in the 9th position. They're not quite close enough to make a move on Austin Taylor or Elam Stoner. 2 laps to go for your leaders. There goes Danny O'Gara. And you can see from lap before, AJ Stoner continues to close. Last time by, Stoner went a 42.5. Dylan Thomas a half a second slower at a 43.0. Gap now, 0.4 of a second for those two in the second and third spot. Let's see if we can't get a good shot. And we do. There's Dylan Thomas in that Top Kart USA entry in P number 2. AJ Stoner with Amax Racing on a Coyote chassis finds himself in the second spot with 2 laps to go. And as we said all day today, it is one thing to close, it's another to pass. He's done the closing. Can he do the passing? There goes your leader. Danny O'Gara has a fantastic race so far. 3-second lead over the rest of the field. He's going to get the white flag this time by. Let's see it. Dylan Thomas on the defensive of AJ Stoner. Down across the stripe. Let's see who does what. Dylan Thomas not able to defend down into turn 1. Here comes AJ, pops it down. Crossover move is now available. Dylan Thomas tries for it. He's going to back it off going into turn 3. Can he try it into, turn 2, now into turn 3. Another crossover. Here comes AJ rolling the outside. Tries to see if he can't get a nose on the inside. He does. Dylan Thomas now is going to have the inside advantage going into the bus stop, and that is going to force AJ to now the inside into Daytona. They're still side by side through Daytona, and they're both in the grass. Dylan Thomas got loose. So did AJ. AJ dropped a wheel, got sideways. Somehow they both saved it from going to the barrier. Checkered flag is out though for Danny O'Gara. Fantastic run, over a 3-second lead across the stripe. Dylan Thomas able to hold on to P2. AJ Stoner comes across in 3rd. Elam Stoner in 4th. Austin Taylor in 5th. Lincoln Wiley in 6th. Kason Hendrickson 7th. Easton Shores in 8th. Dominic Gaddis in P number 9, and Jackson Stone rounds out your top 10. How about that for a barn burner? You had the driver pulling away from the lead from the start of Danny O'Gara to open up over a 5-second lead. You had AJ Stoner charging down the field, able to catch up to Dylan Thomas, and then you had the mid-pack battle between Elam Stoner, Austin Taylor, Lincoln Wiley, and Kason Hendrickson. Fantastic run there from our 206 junior sportsman. And up next is what you see on the right-hand side of your screen. That is 206 senior heavy set to take place here live on the WRP Racing Network. And here we go. We're about to get underway with our 206 senior heavy. Green flag is out. Brennan Hannibal is going to hold the inside line. And here comes McCorkin on the outside. Is he able to get his elbows up and take a spot away? No, but now he's going to have to defend P2. Now tries to send it. Almost had it in him to get around Hannibal on the inside, but now he's going to have to settle into that third spot because here comes Matt Geist up into P number 2. A little bit of a gap before we get to that second group being led by Adam Dietz now, who moved up a position up into P4. Matthew Burpo, I think, is now slotted into P number 5 just behind him. And then you go down the order. You've got, I think that is Palmer Eicher Jr., if my eyes do not fail me, up one more position as well. And they're all getting a little bit of pushing and shoving there farther back in the field. I think that was Palmer Eicher Jr. Maybe got his nose a little too far into the inside there of what appears to be Josh Paccioni, and those three now are going to fall off the pace ever so slightly. So now we got a 5-car battle out in front being led by Brennan Hannibal, Matt Geist still in P2, Corkadale P3, Adam Dietz and Burpo, although I believe Adam Dietz now is closer to the back bumper of McCorkadale. So let's see if those two might be able to push together to catch back up to Hanville and Matt Geist. And now starting to fall off the pace ever so slightly is Matthew Burpo. He's not quite out of the range of the draft, but he is slowly getting to that point. So if he isn't able to close back up here soon, he might find himself either one, in an island of his own, not able to catch back up or get reeled in by the second group, or two, gets reeled in by that second group and then has to try to work all over again to work with drafting partners to catch back up to the front group. And by the time that happens, you're already several laps away from where you could have been if you just held position. So look for Burpo to try to hope that front 4-pack battles back and forth and he can stay out of the drafting range of that second group from behind. So here's a good shot of your leader, Brandon Hannibal, in that Cosmic OTK, followed by Mike Geist, Matt Geist in the MGM, Evan McCorkadale on that Burrell Art running in P number 3, and Adam Dietz on the Eagle USA in the 4th spot. Although someone else, he's starting to lose track of the top 3. He's got to either tuck into that draft quickly or hope something happens with the front 3. Problem for him, Hannibal, Geist, McCorkadale all have a lot of experience not running not only with each other but also here at Whiteland Raceway Park. They all know how the draft works and especially how this 206 class functions. So I don't think there's much of a chance that they're going to battle back and forth unless McCorkadale thinks that he can possibly do just a little bit better with him out in front, which we've seen earlier today with himself and Adam Dietz earlier in the pre-final. But right now, the 3 are going to stay nose to tail. Let's look at the gap between McCorkadale and Dietz. Last time by, McCorkadale won a 42.9, Adam Dietz won a 43.4. So Dietz is starting to fall off the pace and needs just a little bit more. Bad news for him, Matthew Burpo is down by about 4 or 5 kart lengths. Good news for him though, they ran almost identical lap times. Dietz won a 43.4, Burpo won a 43.5. Last time by, Dietz won a 43.5, Burpo won a 43.2. So Burpo a little bit faster. If they can close up to each other, they might be able to work to catch back up to the top 2, because right now the top 3 have the draft, they have the push, and right now they got some problems as well. It looked like McCorkadale tried to do a crossover move on Geist, bobbled him down just a little bit, and then slowed down that entire front pack. So we're going to keep an eye on that gap. There's still 10 laps to go this next time by. Plenty of time for anything to happen, but now I think we might lose another to the draft if they're not careful. Never mind, he's able to save it. McCorkadale, he tried it going into that second part of the S's, fell off a little bit, but he was able to close back up with the south side hairpin. Matt Geist was glued to the back bumper of Hanville, and now trying it on the inside. McCorkadale had a peek, pulls back in the line, thought better of it, and just like that, top 3 are now nose to tail heading into the S's. So we're working 10 laps to go now, 9 to go next time by, about 2 away until halfway, and then it goes down the order. Adam Dietz runs in P4. His last time by, he won a 43.3. Last time for the 3rd place from McCorkadale was a 43.0, so he is off the pace. He is down by 1.3. Matthew Burpo also won a 43.3, so they're almost in like this little second group by themselves. Is just a little bit farther back. Josh Paccioni, well, he ran almost identical as the top 2, but he's got too much space between him to close back up. He won a 43.3 as well. Palmer Eicher Jr. won a 43.9. Palmer Eicher Sr. won a 44.2. So top 3 is what it's going to come down to. Not really much of a chance of that second group to close back up unless something dramatic happens out in front. And with the experience of Geist, McCorkadale, and Hanville, I don't think that's going to happen. So we're going to sit tight here and continue to watch this battle out in front as McCorkadale thought about making a peek to the inside into the second part of the S's, thought better of it again. He keeps taking that look to the inside. Matt Geist is smart enough to know that and has raced with McCorkadale long enough to know McCorkadale isn't one to make dumb moves. So if he's peeking a nose out, he may be trying to test the waters and see what he can get away with Matt Geist. Matt Geist, I think the only thing he's focused on is the back bumper of Hanville making the way up the hill. This time across the line, 8 laps to go. Next time by, look for halfway. Let's take an eye on the gap between your 3rd and 4th placeman, just for kicks and giggles. McCorkadale, last time by, won a 43.2. Dietz won a 43.4, so 2/10 better of that front pack from that second group. Good news for both Dietz and Burpo. They have found each other. They're now working together. So if and when the top 3 decide to go back and forth, they will be right there to try to close up as much as they can, as quickly as they can, and make it a 5-pack battle for the lead. But again, everything is a hypothetical until proven correct. So we're going to continue to watch the top 3. This time by, look for a halfway from our flagman. This time by, cross flags this time by. Hanville, McCorkadale up into P2. Matt Geist still in 3rd, down into turn number 1. All 3 are still nose to tail. How much did they slow down? Well, Hanville won a 43.1. He didn't slow down much. McCorkadale won a 43.0. Geist won a 43.3, but he was able to hold on to the draft. Adam Dietz has slowed down as well. He won a 43.5. Burpo won a 43.5. Pacini, 43.4. Eicher Jr., 44.3. Eicher Sr., 44.4. So top 3 close in times, 4th and 5th close in times, and then 6th, 7th, and 8th equally close in time. 6 laps to go this time by. Hanville has led every lap from the start, starting on pole position. He's done a good job of that. McCorkadale in that Burrell Art has started, I think, back in the 5th or 6th position, finds himself up 4 spots into P2. Matt Geist started in P number 3, continues to stay neutral in the 3rd position. So they're going to stay nose to tail. Probably going to get a little boring for you guys up until about the last 2 laps. I say that, but Geist had to look around the outside before they hit that bump there on the exit of the S, and he's going to continue to push the back bumper McCorkadale. Last time by, I think McCorkadale went purple with a 42.95. Geist won a 42.68. And Hanville, your leader, won a 43.0. And it is normal for the leaders to be slightly slower than 2nd and 3rd when you're in pack racing, just because of the fact that the 2nd and 3rd placemen are going back and forth, meaning that gap is going to open and close. They're able to fall back a little bit, if you will, and then close it back up. But here comes McCorkadale. He licked the stamp. He sends it on the inside. First class shipped mail. He's leading the way. McCorkadale up into the point. Hanville now into P2. Matt Geist gave some breathing space. He backed off a little bit, let those 2 go out in front. Now he's going to tuck back into the draft on the backstretch, close it back up yet again. And you know who's enjoying every minute of this? Adam Dietz and Matthew Burpo. Last time by, they were able to take about 1/10 off of the leaders out in front. They're still not quite where they need to be as far as times go, but they are ever so slightly closing that gap, although this next time by, the times are going to be a little bit skewed because of that pass, but then the lap after with 3 to go will be a good indication. Let's see if they're going to keep it calm here into turn 1. They do. McCorkadale continues to lead, and you know what? I think McCorkadale out in front and Hanville in P2 might be a bad combination for Matt Geist. They are now pushing themselves away from Geist. Last time by, that gap, 0.268 of a second. So Geist starting to fall off a little bit. He's still in the draft, but needs just a little bit more. And by that, he needs Hanville to get impatient and try to get around McCorkadale. Into the south side hairpin, it's not going to happen for him. They're going to stay nose to tail. Geist carries a lot of momentum through that south side hairpin, closes back up to the top 2, and just like that, we got a 3-car pack for the lead yet again. 3 laps to go now heading into turn number 1. McCorkadale on point, Hanville into P2. Geist in the 3rd position. Gap between Geist and Dietz, 4 seconds. They don't really have to worry too much about the gap from behind as they continue to pull away from that second group. So now Dietz and Burpo, they're locked inside the top 5. They're both going for the championship, so they're going to get some good points. However, when you're both going close for a championship, 1 spot can make a difference towards the end of the year, but we're going to worry about the top 3 right now. McCorkadale getting all that help from Hanville yet again as he opens up at a half a car length advantage. Geist just able to carry more momentum through the south side hairpin in the top 2. Closes back up once again. 2 laps to go this time by. Let's see if Hanville tries it or if he's going to wait. Heading down into turn 1. He thought about it. He's going to stay in line. McCorkadale does not defend heading into turn 1. Into turn 2. Let's see if the floodgates open here into the S's. It looks like they all take the normal racing line. Hanville had a peek there to the inside. Thought better of it. Stays in line. Meanwhile, Matt Geist is starting to struggle. He is there, just not close enough to make a lunge for the 2nd place. So, good news for Hanville. He doesn't have too much to worry about from behind. But let's be honest, Matt Geist knows how to get it done, and he is not one who's afraid to make a pass on the last lap if needed. Through the south side hairpin they go, through the final 2 corners up the hill. This time by, look for the white flag, and it is going to be presented. One more time by. Let's see if Hanville tries it down into turn 1. Has a peek, and it looks like a little bit of a defensive there from McCorkadale. Not a whole lot, just got about a half a car like that a line. Heading now into turn 2. He's not going to try it. Hanville peeks to the inside, tries it door to door. Here comes Geist. Now it's going to be McCorkadale on the inside line. Hanville gets sent wide, sends it into a crossover. Matt Geist now, he is right behind the toe of McCorkadale. They're going to go into the bus stop chicane. Who does Matt Geist favor? And right now it looks like it's Hanville, and Hanville bounces it off the inside grass. Here comes Geist up into P2. Now, can McCorkadale hold on for 2 more corners? Geist is fast. Is he fast enough? It looks like no. He's on the bumper, and he is not going to have enough. Evan McCorkadale is going to win this afternoon in 206 Senior Heavy. Matt Geist comes across into P2. Brendan Hanville comes across in the 3rd position. Adam Dietz in P4. Matthew Burpo rounds out your top 5. Now the last couple of carts are coming across the line. Josh Brashuni came across in P6. Palmer Eicher Sr. comes across in P7, and Palmer Eicher Jr. rounds out the field in the 8th spot. So that will do it for our 206 Senior Heavy. Up next, it's your micros and your minis. The 2-for-1 special about to get underway for their 15-lap feature event, and after that, we will get into our KAs. And welcome back here as we're looking live on the KA Senior, KA Master, and Yamaha class now. We got a 3-for-1 special going on right now, but we continue to watch the top two. Brandon Heber out in front has opened up a decent-sized margin, roughly about a half a second over Carson Sauter, running in P number 2 in that 928 GP Kart USA entry. Now, the difference between KA and 206 is more than just horsepower. When it comes to racing, they're not as much prone to pack racing as we've seen before. They got more power, so the draft is not as prevalent. It's still there. You can notice it mostly on the 2 straightaways, but unlike the 4-cycle classes where any straightaway equals a chance to cut through the draft, that is not the case here. This comes down to more driver craft. It's not technically different in the sense that they are go-karts and they have 4 wheels. However, it is a different style of driving. In the KA, you got to roll your momentum, but it's not as crucial as you see in the 4-cycle class. And the drafting and pack racing is not as proficient or as aggressive as we've seen before in the 206 series as well. So we're going to continue to watch and keep you guys live updates as it seemed to get just a little bit stagnant here out in front, with Brendan Heber out running in P1, Carson Sauter in P2, Daniel Piercy in P3, and Brennan McIntosh running in the 4th spot. So we're going to keep you guys updated as they come. But right now, if they're getting a little bit stagnant, we're going to go a little quiet on the mic. We're going to keep you guys updated as the racing goes on. Micro and Mini are up next. You should be up on grid. We had a little switcheroo on the schedule. So KA Senior is now up. Micro and Mini will go after. And then Micro Mini, after Micro Mini, we'll go to 206 Master, KA Junior, followed by Yamaha Senior Medium, 206 Master Heavy, and Super Heavy, or sorry, Super Master, followed by Collegiate GP. And we are about 2 laps to go here on your KA 100 Senior, Master, and Yamaha's coming up on the white flag this time by. And the white flag is going to be out for Brandon Heber, makes his way across the line. Daniel Piercy was actually able to capitalize off of a slight mistake from Carson Sauter and has now moved himself up into P2 and is almost starting to pull away. So he is just that much faster over Carson Sauter and a little bit more consistent. But here comes Carson. He's trying to fight it back. He is all over the back bumper coming in. The S gets a little loose there on the exit. Let's see if we can make it up in the bus stop. He's got about a half a lap to do it. Through the bus stop they go, into Daytona Corner, is trailing just a little bit as he's trying to work the draft, but I think he's going to be too far out of it. Checkered flag will be out, though, for Brandon Heber to take the win for KA 100 Senior. Here comes your second placeman, Daniel Piercy, able to drive it back up into P2. Carson Sauter comes across in P number 3, and I believe Brandon McIntosh will come across in the 4th position. So that will do it for your KA 100 Senior, Master, along with Yamaha. Up next is your Micro and Minis coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Green flag is out for your micros and your minis. And again, this is a 2-for-1 special. So we got your minis going out before your micros. And as of now, it looks like AJ Stunner is going to lead the way for your minis. Now your micros have gotten the green. Danny O'Gara is out in front. And I believe Lincoln Wiley may have making up a spot or two, working the way over into the S's now. As we switch back over to look at the battle for the lead, out with your mini division. Again, that is being led by AJ Stoner out in front. Right behind him is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, I think that may be Titus Roberts in the 13 across the line. And it is Titus Roberts up into P2. What happened to Austin Taylor? He started up in the second, or on the front row, and I think he may have had a bobble somewhere, a mistake on track, as he has fallen down the order into the now 5th spot for your minis. For your micros, it is now Kaysen Hendrickson out in front. So Kaysen Hendrickson leading in your micro division, as we have one stopped on track that appeared to be the 27. Let's see if I can't get a name for you guys. Miles Wilson is stuck in the grass. They are able to get him back underway under his own power. Unfortunate to see, he's got his work cut out for him if he wants to catch back up, but the good news is he will be able to finish and learn a little bit here this afternoon, because any track time is good track time, especially here on the local levels. We're going to switch back up front. There is AJ Stoner in your mini division. Out in front, getting around, if I'm not mistaken, that is cart number 11, a Bentley McCain. So he's already starting to close in on some lappers there from the first group. So we're going to continue to watch AJ Stoner here for your minis. Down the order after that goes Austin Taylor, Titus Roberts, Gage Harden, and Dalton Sears. For your micros, up at the top of the board, we got Danny O'Gara out in front, Casey Hendrickson P2, Lincoln Wiley in P3. And that is your top 3 for your micros. So again, a little bit of confusion here for us up in the announcer's booth with different classes going at different times, but the laps are continuing to dwindle away. Different battles happening all over the track. As you can see on camera, we're bouncing back and forth, and now we're watching AJ Stoner, the leader of minis, out in front, trying to take a visual eye view right now, and I believe Casey Hendrickson in your micros is starting to fall off of the back bumper. Danny O'Gara, he is 2.1 seconds down on Danny O'Gara. O'Gara had a dominant run there in the 206 division. Now trying to see if he can't do a full weekend sweep here as he is running out in front in the micro divisions. Casey Hendrickson has had a pretty decent weekend, running up in the top 2 in the micro division. Now trying to see if he can't hold on to that second spot. He does have about a 3, almost 4-second gap between himself and your third placeman for your micros. So if anything major happens on track, we'll be sure to keep you guys updated. But as of now, if you are in 206 Masters, you need to make your way up to grid. 206 Masters need to be up on grid. KA Junior is going to be up on pre-grid. 206 Senior Medium will be up on deck. After that, we'll go to the combo race of the 206 Master Heavy and 206 Master Super, followed by Collegiate GP to round out today's festivities here of racing Sunday at Whiteland Raceway Park. This is a reminder for all drivers, since we're a little bit over halfway through our activities for the day. If you have a rental transponder, please make sure to return your rental transponder into the lobby. If you don't, then unfortunately we will not have them to charge. So if you need one again, it will not be active for you. So if you have a rental transponder, please make sure you return to the front once you are done racing here this afternoon. If you have not raced yet, please make sure you're on grid at the appropriate time so all of our workers and all of you guys can make it home, hopefully on a decent hour, since today is Sunday and a lot of people got to go back to work tomorrow. 2 laps to go this time by for AJ Stoner leading the way for the minis. For your leader in the micros is Danny O'Gara. P number 2 in micro is Kason Hendrickson. He is trailing Danny O'Gara by about 5.5 seconds, so Danny definitely has enough breathing space right now to take it home comfortably. AJ Stoner right now, his breathing space is roughly 12 seconds over your second placement mini of Gage Harden. P number 3 for your minis is Austin Taylor. He is trailing about 7 seconds behind Harden, 12 seconds overall behind behind AJ Stoner. Sorry, that's kind of confusing to keep up with the timing sheet, but we are doing our best this afternoon. If you want to keep me humble, look over on the left-hand side, and you can see the live update of all the timing and scoring. White flag now out for both your leaders of Danny O'Gara and AJ Stoner. AJ Stoner should be the first one to come across the line since he's in the mini division. Danny O'Gara in the micro, again, separate classes. The micros have a little bit less power, but they are a little bit lighter. Minis, on the other hand, they are the 60cc unrestricted with a little bit heavier set of weight on them. Not a huge amount of difference, but sometimes you do see the two classes intermingle oval if there's not a large amount of entries, or sometimes you'll see some of the minis micros take it to the minis. But right now, checkered flag is out. AJ Stoner is going to take home a win in a clean sweep of the weekend, followed by Danny O'Gara, this time across the line. He is also going to pull off double duty wins in 2:06 along with the micro division. As the rest of the field comes across the stripe, you can look over the left-hand side, and right beneath the names, you'll be able to see what division they're in, whether it's micros or minis. So at the top of your screen there, you see AJ Stoner taking the win in mini, followed by Gage Harden, P2 in mini. Danny O'Gara just came across the line for your micros. Austin Taylor comes home P number 3 for mini overall. So it should separate by the time the last car makes it across the line. But we will continue on with our 2:06 Masters coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Green flag is out for your 2:06 Masters as they're making the way down into turn number 1. It is Adam Dietz pulling out the lead. And just behind him, if I'm not mistaken, Matt Geist getting shuffled back into P3 as Steven Taylor and that Burrell Art making their way up into that second position in car number 1. So Steven Taylor moves up 2 positions up in the second spot. Adam Dietz moves up 1 into the lead, and then your leader of Matt Geist is going to fall back 2 into that third position to make their way through the south side hairpin, making their way up the hill for the first time. Again, this is going to be a 15-lap shootout for these 2:06 Masters across the line for the first time. Adam Dietz leads the way down into turn number 1. If you recall back to the 2:06, I think it was medium that we had earlier, he was with the main pack but struggled to keep pace. Probably went back, made a couple of adjustments to the cart, and right now it's working out for him. He's holding on to a decent lead between himself, Steven Taylor. They're slowly pulling away from that second pack being led by Matt Geist, although Matt Geist is going to have some help. He's got Matthew Burpo, Brian Williams in his wake in the tow, so if they are able to close up, maybe give a little bit of a push, they could easily make it a 4-cart battle for the lead. Almost 5-cart battle now that Williams is more coming up into the field of view, but as of now, it looks like there's equal spacing all the way through, except for Steven Taylor and Matt Geist. Those two are the closest in that front pack, making their way down into turn number 1. Good news for Adam Dietz. He has opened up a half a second lead. Bad news is Taylor and Geist have now found each other and made contact into turn 1 in a good way, not in a bad way, just a little bit of a push between the two of them. So if Matt Geist is able to work the back bumper of Steven Taylor, they could close themselves up into Adam Dietz. Dietz is going to have to hope that they decide to work with them and try to push away and not battle back and forth between the three of them. I don't think they will. All three of them are very experienced here, not only Whiteland Raceway Park, but racing overall. So Dietz leads the way over Taylor in P2, Matt Geist in third, and they're slowly starting to form a bigger and bigger gap between themselves, Matthew Burpo, Brian Williams. Those two not quite out of range of the tow. They're in it just a little bit, and this is going to help them right here, because down on the inside goes Steven Taylor to make a pass for the lead. He will do so, and it looked like Geist had a look on the inside, not able to get it done, and just like that, a 3-pack and 2-pack has now become one big 5-pack out of the S's, being led by Steven Taylor in the Burrell Art. Matt Geist has now gone to the back bumper of Adam Dietz, giving a little bit of a push there to close back up. If they're not careful, they could see Steven Taylor slowly start to walk away from the field, but into the south side hairpin. That always seems to bunch up every 206 class. They are now going to go nose to tail, top 5 in a beautiful train, making the way across the stripe. We are ticking the laps away. We are down to 11 laps to go with Taylor out in front. Let's see what Geist does with Dietz here. Does he pass him? He does not. He stays on the tow, gives him a push all the way through turn 1, now up into turn 2. Dietz closes the gap up to Steven Taylor, and let's see if Dietz was happy with the way that Taylor got around him. Nothing dirty happened into turn 1, but it was a very, very late pass into turn 1. I don't think Dietz was expecting it. He was taking his own racing line, the normal arc that you would, so I think it caught him off guard. He lost momentum from it, had to take all that time to close back up. Now the 3-pack is about to separate again as they're nose to tail, but Burpo, he is wheeling that cart for all that it's worth to make sure he can stay up with that top 3. He is continuing to do so, and just off in the wake on that new gen entry is Brian Williams in cart number 75. To make their way into turn 1, they're still nose to tail, over now into turn 2. Dietz able to close up and gave a little bit of a kiss to the back bumper of Steven Taylor. Now into the S's. Out of that second set of S's, it's still Taylor out in front over Dietz. Geist running in the third position, still giving that little bit of a push. And like I said before, Burpo, he's holding on to that draft, but only barely. He continues to lose it just a little bit down that backstretch to the bus stop, but over into the south side hairpin is when he's really able to close it back up. He's also getting assistance from Brian Williams. Williams seems to be just a little bit quicker on the straightaways. Uses that extra momentum to push into the back bumper of Burpo, keeping him up with that front pack. And now they go down that front straightaway into turn 1. No one pops out of line. They all stay in tow. But slowly but surely, we're seeing that separation. A 3-pack out in front, 2-pack from behind. Into the S's. And it looks like Taylor may have gone on the defensive just a little bit early, and for good measure, because Adam Dietz tried for the switchback. He's going to lean on Matt Geist. Matt Geist gives him the push. Now they're going to go nose to tail through the bus stop into the Daytona corner. And just like that, Adam Dietz able to make up what he lost, and he is now on the back door in that rear decklet of Steven Taylor. And Taylor almost taking a little bit of a defensive line in between the south side hairpin and that little bit of a curve to bring it back towards the start-finish straightaway as he's going to lead him down. Let's see if he's going to defend into turn 1. Although, here comes Matt Geist, had to look to the inside, thought better of it. He had the momentum, but he backed off, put it into the back bumper of Adam Dietz, able to keep him up with Steven Taylor. Here comes Adam Dietz on the inside, clean pass. Possible switchback here from your second placement now is Steven Taylor. He's going to try it. Matt Geist says, nay, nay. I'm now going to try to see if I can't make up one more position. Now Geist loses that momentum. He's going to lean on Burpo. Burpo gives a little bit of a push there. And just like that, once again, it's a 5-pack battle for the lead. This time by, we're going to look for the cross flags. It's going to be halfway this time by our flagman of Adam Burrows. So look for it. 7 laps to go. 7-lap shootout with 5 karts in contention of a win here this afternoon. Here comes Steven Taylor. He tried to make an outside move. He thought Dietz was going to go on the defensive. He did not. Brought it back up towards the tie line. Now into turn 2. Let's see if Taylor tries to make a move. Not close enough to do it. Adam Dietz, he's on point and in command of this 5-pack, almost to a 6-pack now as your 6th placeman of Troy Toney has bided his time. Watch the top 5 go back and forth, and he is now starting to reel them back in. Through Daytona corner they go. 3-pack out in front led by Adam Dietz. Taylor in the Burrell Art in P2. Matt Geist in the privateer entry on that MGM chassis finds himself in P number 3, and out in front, Adam Dietz on the Eagle Arrow, Eagle America finds himself out as they make their way into turn number 1. Here comes Steven Taylor, looks on the inside, not able to get it done. Door was slammed by Adam Dietz. Now into turn 2, that's going to open the door for Matt Geist. As Geist try to send the inside of 3, he does not. He goes to the back bumper. He's trying to now keep Taylor humble and pushing him to make sure that Adam Dietz doesn't run away and break away from the toe. They are now almost bumper to bumper. Geist all over the back bumper of Taylor. Into the bus stop they go. This time by, look for 5 laps to go. It is coming down to the wire. Top 3 have somehow managed to pull away from that second pack being led by Matthew Burpo. However, Troy Toney has joined that second group. So we got 6 karts all within roughly 1 second of each other across the line that last time by. This time across the stripe, they are still almost 1 second separated, 1 through 6. And then you fall back into P7. It is 3.9 seconds separate 1 through 7th. So there is that breathing space between the 6th and 7th position. They have got the gap. However, that front pack continues to go back and forth. And now Matt Geist is forcing the issue onto Steven Taylor. All the while, Adam Dietz now holds about a 4, count that 5 kart length advantage over Taylor in P2. And that again, the pass and battle for the second spot has brought in Burpo and company, followed by Williams and Troy Toney. So 6 karts, all in contention for a possible win. But as of now, we got 5 battling it out for the second spot. Adam Dietz's gap last time by, half a second. Steven Taylor's got his work cut out for him, and right now he's got to be questioning, do I just let Matt Geist go to his back bumper, try to work with him to close his gap back down, or do I hope that Matt Geist is going to help me catch back up to Adam Dietz? The problem is, you can't lean on Matt Geist too hard because he's got a rear view mirror full of Burpo, Williams, and Troy Toney. Down the backstretch, through the bus stop. There's your leader of Adam Dietz out in front in that 66 white and orange Eagle entry. Then you get to Steven Taylor, the Burrell Art, followed by Geist, Burpo, Williams, and Toney. Last time by, the gap between 1 and 2 is half a second. Let's check it this time by. There goes Dietz. Taylor is getting not so much of a push there the last time by from Geist. So, previous lap, half a second. Now it's down to 3/10. However, there are 3 laps to go. So by the time they catch up to Dietz, if they continue this pattern, it will be on the end of this lap. But the problem is, you got to make your move and you got to be clean. It seems like the most popular is either into turn 1 or heading into the S's. The problem with the S's is when you make that first attempt, you open the door for everyone behind you to try to make either a crossover or a bonsai move into that turn number 5, second part of the S's. Here they come into the south side hairpin. Let's see how this one's going to pan out. They're going to see double sticks in the air. 2 laps to go. Taylor and Geist have closed the gap back down. Burpo, he has also closed the gap down to Geist. So 6 cars all within that last time by 1.1 seconds of each other. So they are all tightly packed in, ready to go for a shootout here this afternoon. They make the way into turn 2, now into 3. No one tries to make a crossover move. No one tries to make a dive bomb. Although, here comes Matt Geist trying to pinch Stephen Taylor on the inside line. Does he pop out into the bus stop? He does not. He goes to the bumper, gives a little bit of a push, and now Stephen Taylor is on the back door of Adam Dietz. Is he going to try it now, or is he going to wait? Into the south side hairpin. Dietz does not defend. Taylor does not attack. They are all single file. This time by, white flag in the air, Pandora's box, welcome to being opened, as we are now going to have a 6-kart shootout with 1 lap to go. Down into turn 1, Dietz on the defensive, not a whole lot. Taylor tries it, he can't get it done. Here comes Matt Geist. He's got a head of steam heading into turn number 2. Does he try to make a bonsai into 3? He's going to set up for a crossover. He goes wide, tries to pitch the line back up to the high side, does so. Now, can he get it to the inside? He does. Taylor and Geist side by side into 2. This could write the check to send Adam Dietz to the win here this afternoon. They're still side by side. Geist, he does yield. Taylor now, not close enough to make a move. Out of the south side hairpin they go, up in the final 2 corners. This is a battle now for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, because it looks like Adam Dietz is going to have a clean win here this afternoon, and he is ecstatic to cross the line. Adam Dietz brings home the win here this afternoon. Stephen Taylor celebrating that P number 2. Matt Geist able to bring it home, P number 3. That is your podium. Matthew Burpo finishing in P4. Brian Williams in P5. Troy Toney in 6th. Melvin Gazzi, the flying mechanic, in P7. Travis Wilbur comes across in P8. And Brandon Lampkin will bring it home in 9th here this afternoon for your 206 Masters. Up next, we still got more racing still yet to come, as we're about to go into KA Junior, followed by 206 Senior Medium. And then we're going to break off into 2 groups, your 206 Heavies and your 206 Super Masters, followed by Collegiate GP. Welcome back here to Whiteland Raceway Park. We are underway with the KA100 Junior Division as we continue to watch the two that ran away during the heat race. That is both Landon Brewer and Ryan Mort on the MPG Kart Republic entries find themselves 1 and 2, separated by about half a second. And then you have to go a little bit farther back to find Maddox Hooper in the third position. About 1.4 separates himself between himself and the back bumper Ryan Mort. And about 2 seconds is the difference between himself and Landon Brewer out in front. So we got 2 karts out in front pulling away from the field. Then we got a good 2-kart battle for the third position of Maddox Hooper and Dane Van Dyke running on that Cosmic entry just behind the Tony kart of the New Gen entry of Maddox Hooper out in front. Just behind them, you get Christopher Utsi running in the 5th position, and then Lucian Laser in P number 6, another New Gen entry here. Again, these are 15-lap heats, and we got an intense battle out in front. The 2 MPG entries, Brewer and Mort, nose to tail, making their way down towards the stripe. There's Landon Brewer getting a little bit of tap of the helmet to Mort, saying, give me a little bit of a push here. Let's get a big gap. That way in the last 3 or 4 laps, we can duke it out and not have to worry about losing too much time to the karts that are battling it out from behind of Hooper and Van Dyke. So again, a little bit of an update to the schedule for those of you who didn't hear. For 206 Masters Heavy and 206 Super Masters, we are actually going to split that now into 2 races. So it's going to go KA Junior, 206 Senior Medium, and then it is going to be separate races of 206 Masters Heavy, and then another race of 206 Supermaster, followed by the Collegiate GP. So if you're in the Collegiate GP, sit tight. You got one more action-packed race to watch in front of you, and then we're going to get into your guys' heat. But up next is 206 Senior Medium, because we're on track now with the K100 Juniors. So it'll go 206 Senior Medium, then it'll go 206 Super Heavy, 206 Super Masters, and then Collegiate GP. For those of you guys who are affected by that, I wanted to make sure you guys are updated on that position. 10 laps to go here for your 206 Juniors. Any major updates that happen, we will be sure to report them to you guys. And again, live timing is available not only on our website, but also on the left-hand side of your screen. For those of you guys who are done racing for the day, another friendly reminder, if you have a rental transponder, please make sure to return that to the front lobby. Again, if you have a rental transponder, make sure you return that to the lobby. laps continue to dwindle away here for your KA100 juniors. Landon Brewer continues to lead over Ryan Moore in P number 2. It is maintained about a second between the two of them. Currently right now, it is about 7/10 of a second. Maddox Hooper still holding on to that third position there in that 19 entry, if I'm not mistaken. That is actually a Haas chassis from New Gen that is running in the third spot. Dane Van Dyke in that Cosmic OTK running in P number 4. Christopher Yutzi is another New Gen entry in the 5th position. And then Lucian Laser in that 6th spot, again another New Gen entry. But right now it is the 2 MPG Kart Republics that are out in front right now, coming up on 2 laps to go this time by. Landon Brewer has led every lap from the start and all of the heat race laps, so he might find himself on a clean sweep of a weekend, qualifying on pole, finishing first in the heats, and finishing first in the feature if he can bring it on home for just about 3/4 of a lap. For the final time into the first set of S's, turns number 3 and 4, down that quick little back straightaway, heading up into the bus stop of turn number 5. He's got just that quick left-right switchback into the Daytona corner for the final time, and that quick little dive bomb sweep that used to be the old back straightaway in the old layout, now is just a short shoot heading up in the south side hairpin, followed by the quick final hairpin to round out the second set of S's. Down across the line, Landon Brewer is going to take the win here this afternoon for KA100 Junior. Ryan Mort is going to bring it home, second step on the podium in P number 2. Maddox Hooper will round out the podium in P number 3. Dane Van Dyke comes across in P number 4. Christopher Yutzi comes across in P number 5. And Laser about to make the way across the line through the final couple of corners to round out the field in P6. Up next, it is your 206 Senior Medium set to go green here this afternoon for their 15-lap feature, coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And welcome back as we're about to go live for the Briggs LO206 Senior Medium, one of the feature races set to go green here this afternoon. Eli Fox, Brandon Hanville, your front row, making their way down to the line as they go to the tram lines. Eyes on the starter, green flag is out, and we are rolling down into turn number 1. Eli Fox is going to get the advantage, and here comes your third placeman of Evan McCorkadale up into P2, and they're going to fan out and go side by side into turn number 3, into the S's. We got 2 turned around on the entry, and it looks like I think one of them may be Jared Howerton, and another appears to be a New Gen entry. So unfortunate to see I believe Howerton was starting a little bit farther back in the field. He was starting dead in Charlie in 15. Now he's got his work cut out even more so from him, but we're going to switch back up to the front with Eli Fox leading the way over now. Evan McCorkadale in P2, Hanville in P3, and hello, top 5, you got company. Carter Bulls has now cracked the top 5 for the first time this weekend. He has made his way up into P number 4. Right behind him, Dylan Howerton rounds out the top 5, followed by BSAP 20 and Brady Sappenfield, Elliot Cox in P7, and Eli Wilbur in the 8th spot. So that is that entire front group running, but right now we got 4 carts somewhat close together. We'll call that the first pack, led by Eli Fox. He now has a 6/10 of a second lead over McCorkadale P2. Hanville right there on his back bumper. Carter Bulls trailing by about 2, almost 3 cart lengths, but he's got the toe of the first 2 out in front. But right now, Hanville's only focus is not from Carter Bulls from behind. I think he is just trying to see if he can't push McCorkadale up to close that gap down to Eli Fox. As of now, the gap is sitting at roughly 7/10 of a second, and we got 3 more turned around. It looks like we got the Burrell Art, we got Elliot Cox, and then also Dylan Howerton as well. So Howerton has got problems. Cox has problems, and the 14 has even more problems, as I think his throttle's stuck, and he's struggling to keep it underneath him right now. That is Kaylor Nicholson was, I think he may have had a struck throttle, pulled the cord and somehow was able to save it, which congratulations to him, because that could have been a horrible situation had we not been able to save it. Yellow flags are out in the last parts of the hill, but we are still green afterwards, heading down into turn number 1. Eli Fox leading the way with McCorkadale at P2. Now he is closing the gap, and right behind him, Hanville has closed up just a little bit more so to the back bumper, as now here comes Carter Bulls. He's trailing by about 3 or 4 cart lengths now, and he's almost out of the toe distance. He's going to hope something happens inside the top 3 with Eli Fox, McCorkadale, and Hanville as they make their way through the south side hairpin, making up the hill now into that quick little switchback left-hander. Top 3 nose to tail, and I fear that Carter Bulls may be stuck in no man's land if something doesn't happen inside the top 3, because due to that entire incident that happened from behind, is now the closest competitor is Eric Spilling, who is sitting at roughly 5.5 seconds behind Bulls. So if Bulls going to go up to the front, he's got to do it by himself or hope something happens in the top 3. But right now, he could bring home a good top 5 finish if he stays put. And so going down the order of who was taken out in the last couple of incidences. So we have lost Dylan Howerton, Brady Sappenfield, Elliot Cox, Kyler Nicholson, and Jared Howerton are all out. Now, all the attention is at the top 3. Fox, McCorkadale, and Hanville. Nose to tail, 1, 2, 3. 10 laps to go this time by. Eli Fox continues to lead the way over McCorkadale. Hanville running in P number 3. He's slowly starting to fall off the pace of the top 2. But not entirely. He is using the accordion effect, but it seems like most of the time he is falling on the back end. In the tighter parts of the hairpins through both sets of S's is when he's able to close it back up. But he is definitely working that draft for all he can. Eli Fox, however, probably thought he had this race locked up and set. All he had to do was take a home start to finish. He pulled away by almost an 0.8 of a second margin over the rest of the field. Now he has had McCorkadale and Hanville breathing down his neck for about 4 or 5 laps previously on, as we're now approaching 8 laps to go this time by, making their way into the first set of S's. So let's see if Hanville is able to hold on. He loses a lot from the final corner down to turn number 1, but he makes it back up in the S's and the bus stop, and then also in the last set of the hairpin. So it may be a problem with gearing on the top end. He wants to set up more for the lower ends, but now it looks like he's falling even more so than we've seen before. So maybe the Fox and McCorkadale runaway train away from now your 3rd placement of Hanville. Hanville's staying on to it, but let's see if he can keep it up this time across the stripe. 8 laps to go, 7 to go, halfway next time by, down into turn 1. And again, Hanville loses it all the way down into turn 1, picks it up as soon as they hit to the first set of S's. Now they make their way into the S's for the first time into turn 2 and 3. Again, closes it back up. Out of turn number 4, even more so. He is about equal distance between himself, Eli Fox, and McCorkadale down through the bus stop. So Hanville's got to have to just hope that toe can pull him all the way towards the latter half of this race. I think he's just geared a little bit too high for how long these straightaways have been. It's worked out for him so far. He's right there with the leaders, but he's going to have to just hold on a little bit longer, and I'm sure 7 laps is going to feel like an eternity as we are now halfway home. Carter Bowles has trailed off just a little bit. Again, he doesn't have a toe from in front of him. He doesn't have a push from behind. So what he is doing is solely on his own right now. Continues to run. Now he's trailing about 3.5 seconds but behind the front 3. So what he's really got to hope for is the top 3 to make some sort of mistake, maybe start racing a little bit earlier than everyone anticipates to close the gap back down. But as of now, it is going to be the top 3 we focus on. Eli Fox, McCorkadale, Hanville just off into the distance. McCorkadale has not pushed the issue this entire race long, but as the laps continue to dwindle down, he might start to think about and size up Eli Fox and to want to make his move. We always call the one who is running in the second spot behind the leaders a student. They are learning from the cart in front. When am I faster? When are they slower? When do they have the advantage? When do I have the advantage? And when could I possibly stick my nose in to make a move? Right now, knowing McCorkadale, he's doing exactly that. He may test the waters. He may pop out and see if Fox notices him making a move to the inside and then phase it back in, almost like, quote-unquote, selling a dummy to the guy leading in front, as when you're going to set up a fake pass to try to get the better advantage. As we have yellows out into turn number 1. Not quite sure what happened there. Hopefully can get a cart number and an incident report for you guys here soon. But right now, we're going to continue to watch the top 3. Fox has led every lap from the start. McCorkadale started back in the 3rd spot, slotted his way up into P2, and is now being glued to the back bumper of Eli Fox. All the while, Hanville has struggled with that accordion effect. He loses it down that front stretch, picks it back up into the S's, but now he's slowly starting to fall out of drafting range of your leaders. So his life support of the toe on the main straights may go to the wayside, and all he's going to have to be is an observer of what happens out in front. This next time by, we're going to be looking at 4 laps to go. McCorkadale still glued to the back bumper of Eli Fox through the last set of S's. Coming down towards the start and finish straight. Yet again, we're going to burn another lap. 4 to go this time by, and the gap from the top 2 to Hanville continues to open. 1.2 seconds separates Hanville from Fox and McCorkadale, and I believe he is now officially out of the drafting range. He's going to hope something happens in the top 2 that can close the gap back down. But with 4 laps to go, he's going to have to just hold on a little bit longer. Odds are 2 laps to go is when McCorkadale is going to make his move, if not the last lap. As we know, historically speaking, Evan McCorkadale is known for white flag passes when it comes to a 2-pack breakaway out in front. Will it stay true? We're going to find out here shortly. This time by, 3 laps remain. Fox, McCorkadale, 1 and 2. Hanville, P3. Bowles in 4th. Levi Wilbur in P5, Matthew Ray in P6, Gavin Baird in P7, and then is Rofaldo Garcia in P8, Palmer Eicher Jr. in 9th, Eric Spilling in 10th, Dylan Howerton 11th, Brady Sapp registered 12th, Eli Cox in 13th, Kyler Nicholson in 14th, and Jared Howerton is rounding out your field in the 15th position. This time by, let's see how it pans out. I was talking way too long. McCorkadale was able to get around Fox that previous lap. As we're now approaching 2 to go, Fox now has to go on the offensive and see if he can't run down Evan McCorkadale, your new leader this time by. He is in the tow. Last time by, let's look at the times. Fox went a 43.1, McCorkadale went a 42.5, so about a half a second better. Fox has maintained that gap between himself and McCorkadale. He goes to the inside line, trying to force the issue and trying to force McCorkadale to defend that inside line, back it up, so to speak, if you will, to make up the extra speed that he's needed. 2 carts separate Fox and McCorkadale. Into Daytona corner they go. He is working the toe for all he can. Into the south side hairpin they go. Let's see if he can close it up here. And again, just like any other 206 class, the S's and hairpins is what bunches up every single 206 race that we have. White flag is out. Fox has closed, but is it enough? We're about to find out. Now down to 0.2 of a second. Fox was 1/10 better that last time by. He is on the tail and on the toe of McCorkadale into turn 3. He picks it down on the inside, pops 2 wheels up in the air, able to get by. McCorkadale is going to take it door to door. They're still side by side. Out of the first set of S's, McCorkadale McCorkindale defends that inside line. Fox has got to run on the outside. Into the bus stop they go. They are still door to door. Through that quick left, right, left. Back onto the banked corner. McCorkindale dipped a wheel. He is off pace, and here comes Hanville. Fox has the advantage out of the final two corners. Hanville, I don't think is going to be close enough, which means Eli Fox is going to take home the win here for Briggs 206 Senior Medium. Evan McCorkindale is going to come across in P2. Hanville is going to come across in the third position and the last in the podium. P number 4 goes to Carter Bowles, P number 5 to Levi Wilbur, and that will round out the top 5 here this afternoon for 206 Senior Medium. Up next, we got the first of 2 206 Masters class with 206 Masters Heavy set to go to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And we are green for your 2:06 Heavy Masters, making the way down into turn number 1. And it looks like it's going to be the lead for Derek Hastings. Here comes Burpo on the inside, challenging for P number 3 over Troy Tony. Now into the second position. Tony parks it on the inside, able to hold on to the position, but he's going to suffer from losing momentum as Burpo trying to roll that outside line, and he's going to get extra momentum. But how much track did he lose doing so? And the question is, about a half a kart length. He's making it up. He is now on the back bumper of Troy Tony, coming down into the south side hairpin. And this is music to the ears of that man right there. Derek Hastings out in front, already about 6 kart lengths leading the way as Burpo swings a little wide, maybe got a little too much extra momentum in the rear as he is now going to try to see if he can't muscle his way back up. And he is now down on Troy Tony. Derek Hastings currently has about a second lead over Troy Tony and company, followed by Matthew Burpo, Brian Williams, and Melvin Godsey. So that is the 5 karts that are out on track. And again, we are separating out the 206 Master Heavy and the 206 Supermasters. So Supermasters will be out next. They should be up on grid. Collegiate GP will be up on pre-grid and will go out after the conclusion of the 206 Masters event. So now, let's continue to watch here. Derek Hastings, like I said, almost a second lead over the rest of the field, but I think that might slowly start to come down as Troy Tony has settled into a groove, it seems like, and it stayed about the same. 1 second separates Derek Hastings and Troy Tony, 1 and 2. Burpo has able to recoup what he lost coming out of the last corner, and he is now on the back bumper of Troy Tony, trying to see if they can't work together to close that gap down to Derek Hastings. Brian Williams, he sits in the toe of the 2 out in front in that 4th position, and Melvin Godsey, the flying mechanic, is in that 5th spot, just in the field of view of the 4 that are running out in front of him. So there's your leader of Derek Hastings. Again, last time was a 1.038 second gap. Let's see the gap this time by 12 laps to go. Derek Hastings in control of the race across the line. He actually is losing a little bit of time. It is now 0.7 seconds over Troy Tony in second. So Tony and company are using that pack to their advantage, and they're working together to close back down that gap to Derek Hastings, and they had a huge lunge of it going into turn number 3. It is now down to 2.5 kart lengths. So Hastings out in front, Tony P2 now about 2 kart lengths down, call it about 3/10 to Hastings, followed by Burpo close on the back bumper, and Brian Williams running in P number 4. Melvin Godsey, like I said, in that 5th spot, but he is in that main pack. 11 laps to go this time by. Hastings P1, Tony P2, Burpo P3, Williams in 4th. No one is close enough to make a move. I think Burpo might be able to dive bomb the inside of Tony, but he's thinking better of it. He's using him as a pick to try to cut the air in front of him, using it as what I like to call the snow plow method to push that air around, making it a little bit thinner. You can cut it and then push that kart in front with the extra momentum to close the gap back down. All the while, Brian Williams on that new Gen Haas entry, he is running in P4, and he is also putting his extra momentum into Matthew Burpo's kart to try to make it that much quicker to reel in Derek Hastings out in front. It is probably the heat of the day right now, but it's not that hot comparatively speaking to what it's been. So the track is probably not going to get too greasy. This is going to be a 10-lap shootout this time across the line. 7 laps to go here this afternoon for your Briggs 206 Master Heavy as we are watching a 4-pack out in front, nose to tail. Troy Toney leads over Derek Hastings in P number 2, Matthew Burpo in 3rd, Brian Williams currently running in P number 4. Melvin Godsey rounds out the field in P number 5, this time by 6 laps to go, 1 under half, and they are all nose to tail to use a very overused phrase in announcing. You can almost throw a blanket as, oh, Hastings had a look to the inside of Toney, got a little loose, and he got into the back bumper of Troy Toney. Toney, I don't think knew that Hastings was there, took a giant arc down the corner, and Hastings had his nose in it, and he just got pinched off last second. But here comes Brian Williams for 3rd. He is looking on the inside of Godsey, making their way to the bus stop yet again. 5 laps to go, next time by, and right now, we've seen what we've seen almost all weekend long. 2 karts out in front, 3 from behind, all roughly in the toe of each other as they make their way around to burn 1 more lap. 5 laps to go, 5-kart shootout. Anyone could take the win here this afternoon as here comes Hastings. He's looking again. He's on the inside. They're almost 3 wide. Hastings out in front. Toney is not going to let him have it. He's going to have to yield. What does he do over into turn 3? Tries a crossover move. He is now stuck on the outside. Hastings can park it on the inside, but he doesn't have to because here comes Brian Williams up into P2. Just like that, Williams comes back, and here comes Toney side by side down into the bus stop. And just like that, there were 3 passes for the 2nd position, and all the while, and yet again, Derek Hastings opens up a lead over the rest of the field, this time with 4 laps to go. Last time by, Hastings was trailing by about less than 1/10 of a second. This time by, he's up almost a second. 0.815 separates Hastings and Troy Toney down into turn 2. Williams and Toney have to just back it off a little bit and work together to close back up to Derek Hastings out in front. Right behind them, Melvin Godsey. He is watching the 2 in front go back and forth. I think he is eager to try to work with one of them to try to push back up to that lead pack. But right now, the laps are dwindling and the time is about to expire as we are coming up on 3 laps to go. If they're going to make a move to close back up, it's got to be now. Derek Hastings, he has once again lost his advantage. Here comes Troy Toney. He's in the toe. He's getting assistance from Brian Williams down into turn number 1. Is he going to take it now or is he going to wait? I don't think he's close enough, and he's not. It is going to be Hastings out in front. Troy Toney trying it for P2. Does he dive bomb it into 3? Thought about it for a second, but he is going to stay true to the back bumper of Derek Hastings. Out of turn 4 they go, down that quick little back stretch, into that quick left, right, left of the bus stop chicane. He's on the back bumper. I think he might have an opportunity here coming up in the south side hairpin. He's on the bumper. He's got the toe. Does he make a move here? He does not. Stays on the back of Hastings. Maybe gets a little loose. And now here comes Williams. And also, here comes Melvin Godsey. He saw his opportunity, but they're all going to stay nose to tail. This time across the line, Hastings continues to lead. Toney slots back into P2 somehow. And now it is going to be Brian Williams on the defensive heading into turn 1. So Williams had to defend into turn 1. Godsey had to back off and keep it there in that 4th position. You can see he's eager to try to make a move. He doesn't want to stay single file. He kind of wants to stir things up in that front pack, and he almost got his way coming out of the last corner. Once again, they bunch back up, heading into the bus stop chicane, now into Daytona corner. They are nose to tail inside the top 4. Anyone going to pop out here in the south side hairpin? Answer that question is false on the true or false questionnaire. They're going to continue to stay nose to tail. This time by, white flag in hand of our flagman as we are about to go one more time by into turn number 1. Who's going to take it? There's a look on the inside of Toney. Right behind him, Williams wants to follow. And now Toney is going to have the advantage over to turn 2. What does Hastings do? He's going to have to slot into P2. Can't do a crossover. And now Williams loses a position. He goes back to 4th. And Godsey moves up not just 1, but 2 positions. Melvin Godsey up to 2nd from the back of the field, now challenging for the lead. Melvin Godsey is pushing Troy Toney into the Daytona corner. Heading up into the south side hairpin. Let's see if he makes a Hail Mary if he waits. He does not try it here. Hastings looks on the inside of Godsey. He's going to look on the inside now. What does Melvin do? Holds the outside line. They're going to go side by side for 2nd. It is going to be Troy Toney taking the win. Melvin Godsey actually falls back down the order into P4. He got into Brian Williams. So Derek Hastings comes across in P2, Brian Williams in P3, Melvin Godsey in P4, and Michael Schaffer rounds out the field in P number 5. So that will do it for your 206 Masters Heavy. Up on track next is our Super Masters set to go, and following that, we will go to the Collegiate GP. 2 laps to go this time by for your Brakes 206 Supermasters as the laps continue to tick away. Don Monson is leading the way over Danny Cutshaw in P2. About 5 seconds separate 1 and 2. Mike Burkert is running in P number 3, followed by Tom Stevens, Joe Stevens in P number 5, Richard LeMasters running in P6, Kent Bowler in P number 7, and Dale Noss running in the 8th position. So we are 2 laps to go now. White flag will be presented this time by our flagman of Adam Burrows. And up next, we got Entertainment Weekly of Collegiate GP set to take the green here this afternoon. We will see them for their 15-lap feature at the conclusion of this feature event of the 206 Supermasters, set to come to a close here in about 1 lap as the white flag is about to be presented this time by for Don Monson leading the way, this time across the stripe. He has done a good race so far. 4.4 seconds separates himself and Danny Cutshaw in P number 2. On the first lap, there's a little bit of an incident that happened there into turn number 2 that broke up the field. He was able to capitalize off of it quickly and make his way up towards the front. So we're going to sit back and watch here as he tackles the last half of this new and improved layout. Down the backstretch they go, heading into the Daytona corner. Don Monson just has about 4 or 5 more corners before he will receive the checkered flag this afternoon with a very special presentation from our very own Adam Burrows as they make their way now down towards the banking of Daytona corner. Heading into the south side hairpin, cart number 23 of Don Monson is going to come across the line to take the checkered flag here this afternoon and win the 206 Supermasters. Side-by-side action across the line. It's going to be Danny Cutshaw coming across the P number 2. Mike Burkert coming across the P number 3. Tom Stevens in P4. Joe Stevens comes across the P number 5. Richard LeMasters comes across in P6. Kent Balware comes across in P number 7. And Dale Noss comes across in P8. So that will do it for the 206 Supermasters. Up next, and the final event of the day is going to be the Collegiate GP coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network.
Oh my god. No, that looks like one of those
And the final event of the afternoon is about to come underway. Eyes on the starter. Green flag is out and we are rolling for the Collegiate GP and taking the green flag this time by heading down into turn number 1. And it is going to be Miles Frost out in front with this 3-kart battle that's about to take place. And again, so the backstory for the Collegiate GP, for those of you who don't know at home, Purdue University has its very own intramural race called the Purdue Grand Prix. It is 180 laps in distance at their very own track, about 50 miles in distance. So it's a very small track, not compared to what we've seen here at Whiteland Raceway Park. This is done between different sororities, different fraternities, and also different clubs and colleges within the school of Purdue. So this is a little bit of a testing series for these guys to get everything dialed in before they get going in the 2023 season. The race takes place in April, and it stretches the entire month of April, having practice for the first 2 weeks, qualifying on the 3rd week, and the race taking place in the final weeks of April. So this is a little bit of a test and tune, if you will, for the drivers to break the rust off, maybe learn a little bit, since most of these guys don't really have much experience in driving, seeing as they have not come from motorsports backgrounds, but they do have an engineering knowledge. So we're about to sit back and watch these 3 go nose to tail for the win here this afternoon for the first of 3 races for the Collegiate GP, being led by Miles Frost out in front, Andrew Morin running in P number 2, and Kimo McDaniels running in the 3rd position. Five laps in and 10 laps to go here for Collegiate GP. It is Miles Frost out in front over Andrew Morin in the 2nd position. These two have been fairly close to one another this entire race long, going nose to tail. It looks like Andrew's trying to find a gap to go on the inside of Miles Frost, but Frost is doing a great job of recognizing his equipment and knowing where he's just a little bit stronger to hold off Andrew Morin. And it looks like Morin goes way around the outside, topside Tommy, the Daytona corner, to take the lead here this afternoon. So now Morin is going to slowly start to pull away from Miles Frost. I'm not quite sure if Miles is maybe having a little bit of a trouble with the engine, but it looks like he's slowing at some parts of it, especially in the slower corners, maybe bogging down the engine just a little bit. So we're going to continue to sit back and watch Andrew Morin lead the way over Miles Frost, and then Kimo McDaniels running in the 3rd position. Looking at the lap times now, Morin is running 43.5s, Frost is running 44 flats, and McDaniels is running 45.4. So not too far off pace, but now we're going to watch again and see if Miles Frost can take it to Andrew Moorhan. Again, the 59 and the 31 going nose to tail, but again, it looks like Moorhan just stutters a little bit heading into that bacon corner, kills all of his momentum, but he closes it back up everywhere throughout the rest of this circuit. So 8 laps to go here this afternoon out of 15, and we're going to sit back and watch. Again, if you have concluded your racing festivities for the day and you have a rental transponder, do us a huge favor and please return that to the front lobby. Again, if you have a rental transponder, please return that to the front lobby, as this is the final race of the afternoon. We're going to have to make sure that those are charged and well kept so that they can have a nice little sleep before we come back for more racing this season. So sit back, relax, and watch these future drivers of the US of A coming out of the college town of Purdue University of Andrew Morin and Miles Frost, 1 and 2, duke it out here for the remaining 7 laps, still yet to come live on the WRP Racing Network. And side-by-side action up towards the front as we got the 59 and the 31. Andrew Morin and Miles Frost are going door-to-door and wheel-to-wheel, as it looks like coming out on top, going down the backstretch, is going to be Miles Frost. He sends it hugely down into turn number 1, able to go the inside line. I think it caught Morin off guard, and he decided to just back it off ever so slightly. And this all started when Morin locked up the wheels heading into that south side hairpin. But now, let's see if he's able to recoup, and it looks like he is. As Frost, it looks like that kart stuttering coming onto that front part of the straightaway. He's staying in the tow. Morin, that is, of Frost, heading down into turn 1. So let's see if we can do it yet again. If Morin is going to have enough time to catch back up to Frost, or if Frost is going to be able to hold him off. Frost bobbled it down coming into the S's. Now on the back bumper goes Andrew. He's looking on the inside. Both karts pop 2 wheels up in the air. Down the short little back straightaway into the bus stop chicane. This has been Frost's Achilles heel. On the exit, he loses all sorts of momentum, and that allows Andrew to just close it up to the back bumper, heading down into turn number, or the south side hairpin, I should say, as they continue to stay about the same here as we're now approaching 3 laps to go this time by, and it looked like Morin had to let off the gas hugely coming into that first little bit of a dog leg and losing all sorts of time to Miles Frost out in front. And once again, Andrew Morin is putting the pressure on Miles Frost as they make their way out of the first set of S's down into the bus stop chicane. Again, this is where Frost stumbles the most amount of momentum coming onto the Daytona corner. And looks like Andrew has a little bit of an unorthodox line. I think he keeps it pinned all the way through, goes way up to the outside line, and then arcs it way down low, which has caused him to get these huge runs. And now he's going to be putting the pressure on Frost yet again. He's got the run. 2 laps to go this time by. Miles Frost leads over Andrew Morin down into turn number 1. They're going to stay nose to tail, but let's see if Morin can have another huge run into turn number 3, and he does. He's got him set up into turn number 2. Does he look on the inside? Check that. Yes, he does, and here comes Frost defending. Possible crossover move. Here comes Morin. He's got to run on the inside line. Frost just pulls a little bit better out of the slower corners. He's going to full-on send it through the bus stop chicane, and we're about to watch it happen all over again. About 1.5 laps still yet to go. Look for the white flag this time by. Into the second set of S's. Up the hill they go. And let's see it. It looks like Frost, his engine stuttering just a little bit across the stripe. White flag in the air. One more time to go. Can Frost hold on, or can Morin somehow manage to close that gap up once again and able to overtake Frost here in the last half a lap? Over into turn number 3. Not the same as we saw the lap from 4. Looks like Morin was able to not close it up last time by. Had a huge run going into turn 4, and it looks like now Frost starts to pull away heading into the bus stop. Final time through it. Now coming up on the Daytona corner. Here comes Morin. He's in the toe. Is he going to be able to send it coming up to the final corner? He cannot, and it looks like Frost might be able to hold on. He's got to be clean through this last corner. He stumbles just a little bit. Morin not able to get side by side. Checker flag is out. Miles Frost is going to take the win here this afternoon in Collegiate GP. We would like to thank you all who showed up today to participate in this year's Whiteland Raceway Park, not only just the series, but also today and this Sunday afternoon. We know that it was a little bit colder than some of us anticipated this morning. We appreciate you guys sticking through it. Thankfully, we had no rain today. We look forward to seeing all of you here in a couple weeks for the next round of the Club Series at WRP Whiteland Raceway Park. There's also the Vintage Karting Association has an event going on, I believe, in the mid to late September, so we also have that to look forward to. So, again, if you haven't already, please return your rental transponders, and when you guys are going home, please make sure everyone makes it home safely. We look forward to seeing you guys here real soon. Thank you.